Sí. Ey, sí. Sí, bueno, sí, dos, tres, dos, tres, sí. Ey. Bueno, sí, sí.
Sí, sí, sí. ¿Se escucha? Bueno, bueno. Bueno, bueno, sí. Súbele más. Súbele un poquito más. Bueno, sí, sí, uno. Uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos. Uno, dos. Uno, dos. Uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos. Bueno, sí. Bueno, sí, bueno. Bueno, sí.
Ah, perfecto. Súper, gracias.
Okay. 1, 2, 3? Okay, thank you. So, good morning, everyone. I'm very, very glad you are here, especially after such an enjoyable evening. So thank you very much for being here. So I'd like to start the first session of today, which is education curriculum on space engineering. This session has 2 parts. In the first half, we have 7 presentations. And after the coffee break, as the second half, we will establish the end start of to work of the working group of the development of the curriculum. So the curriculum I'm talking about here is, once it's been completed, will be a new addition to the existing curricula developed by USA, which my colleague Werner introduced to you briefly on Monday. Just to recap, in 2003, there were 4 curricula have been developed. Those were satellite meteorology and global climate, satellite communications, space and atmospheric sciences and data management, and remote sensing and geographical information systems. These curricula are available in English, Spanish, and French. And more recently, in 2012, the curriculum on global navigation satellite systems was published. This is currently only English is available. As Werner mentioned, this curricula is basically designed for the regional centers for space science and technology education affiliated to United Nations, excuse me. But of course, they are available for any academic institute if they wish to accommodate, and can be downloaded from USA website. And the details of the regional centers will be presented by my colleague Sonia later, so you will hear more about the regional centers. The standard time frame of this curricula is 9-month class lectures at the regional centers, followed by 1-year project to be conducted in the participants' home country that was designed for. And the newest curriculum at the moment is about on space law, which is just published this year. The curriculum consists of interactive PDF and also separated material with references, which is kept updated on the website. And then also this curricula is available on our website. So now the curriculum to be developed by BSTI, Basic Space Technology Initiative, is about space engineering. It is still in an early stage. We are currently working on the first draft, and then we are hoping to present the final version in February 2016 at the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee. So that's our schedule, aiming schedule. And details of the curriculum content itself will be presented and to be discussed in the later half of this session. And we would like to invite your opinions and feedback inputs during the discussion. So I believe I can take questions during the discussion. So can I just move on to the next presentation? So Sonia? So Sonia is an associate program officer in the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs in Vienna, Austria. Following several years of experience in the United Nations in New York headquarters, Sonia joined USA in September 2013. She is currently working in different projects and initiatives of the program on space applications, as well as the overall management of the regional centers for space science and technology education affiliated to the United Nations. So please, Sonia, you have the floor if you are ready. I wasn't watching. So while waiting, I'd like to make a quick announcement about the presentations. The speakers for now onwards, if you are not sending the presentation yet, please bring it to the lady.
Before today at 5:30 p.m.
Before today, 5:30 p.m. please.
Everybody.
So, you ready?
And just to add to that, if you have your CV that you haven't sent it, please also send it to me. Thank you. Thank you, Chisato. Okay, so I think we're ready. Well, good morning, everyone. I think half of us is probably still sleeping from last night's margaritas, and I hope really you had a great time. But my purpose today, anyway, is just to introduce you and to show you what the regional centers for space science and technology education affiliated to the United Nations are. So you might be familiarized with them, you may not, and that's why we're just trying to give an overall presentation. If you have more interest in knowing about it, please come to me after, during the break. You can send me an email, or you can also visit our website. So, how is that these regional centers started? How is that they were originated? This is since the 1980s, and following the unit space in 1982. Maybe some of our colleagues here didn't, our participants were probably not even born. Like yesterday, I was just saying to some of the people in my table that I was really pleased and happy to see very fresh faces and young faces, and this is good for all of us because this really demonstrates that there is future in this field. And as you can see, the United Nations, even from 1982, were trying to see what is that we can do in order to create centers for education in science and technology. So there were different meetings in India, Mexico, Nigeria, the United Kingdom, trying to evaluate and see to effectively contribute to the solution of global, regional, and national environmental and resource management problems. There was an urgent need for a higher level of knowledge and expertise in the relevant disciplines by educators, as well as by research and application scientists in the developing countries. And these capabilities could not only be acquired through long-term intensive education, and this is why we are here today. Now, following these meetings and during the decade of the 80s, two General Assembly resolutions took place. The first one was in 1990, and this is where the General Assembly mandated to the United Nations, USA, to be the lead in trying to active support the people of different countries in order to create these centers. Then more in 1995, there was another resolution that it was more specific, where it was a real recommendation saying that the center should be established, as you can see it in the slide. Now, what was the objectives of the regional centers? Each center should offer the best possible education, research, and application programs, opportunities, and experience to the participants in all of its programs. Develop through in-depth education and indigenous capability for research and applications in the following core disciplines. Those are the disciplines that, as you saw, that Verna and Chisato explained, the four main curricula for education. And not only that, but in addition, there has to be in two phases. The first phase, the courses should be from 9 months duration, and the second one, a 1-year pilot project. And this is what it was mandated, or the objectives for the regional centers. Now, there was another process in trying to understand or trying to see how or where these centers were going to be established. So there were different type of projects and studies, and at the end, it was decided that 5 centers were established. As you can see here in the map, these are the regional centers that exist currently, and we have one for the area in Asia, the African Regional Center, in the language of English, and another one for French. Then we also have the one for Latin America and the Caribbean, and finally there is one more in Western Asia located in Jordan. In line with the General Assembly resolution, which is what everybody follows, they are supposed to be giving us every year a report of their activities, and this includes what are the curricula that they have taught to the students, what is that, how many students from different countries are coming and getting the benefit of this. Something that is very rewarding, I only been here working here for 1 day, for 1 year, sorry. But what is really interesting to see that in every meeting that I've been, I can always find at least one person that has been a student of any of these regional centers. So then this is where we know that the objectives are really are being taken care of. So, and this symposium right now is not the exception. We also have at least one person that I have spoken to that she was actually a student in the regional center here in Mexico. So that's good. If you need more information for each center, you can go to their websites. Maybe you want to take a peek of that. And if not, as I said, you can always come back and ask me at the end of the presentation. Now, what is happening right now is that it's just been in Cupus since 2013. There was a presentation of a new regional center at Beihang University in China, and we are pleased to inform you that Cupus approved the establishment of this center. So at this moment, I'm also happy to report that we have representatives here with us in the room, and Dr. Wen and Wang. They also were with us this year during Cupus when we have a meeting for directors, and we are expecting to have, they expect to have an inauguration in November this year of the center. I'm just going to go quickly regarding the curricula. Once again, Verna and Chisato have mentioned this. So just for you to recap and refresh, original curricula included these 4, and everything is available online in our website. This is like a syllabus for professors. It doesn't mean that it has to be only taught in the regional centers, but it also could be taught in any other university if you're a professor, if you want to adapt the curriculum to your classes. Now, eventually, the education curriculum on GNSS is coming. Is here already. I think a couple of our centers are already teaching this, and these are the different topics that they are included in the curriculum. And the education curriculum on space law, which is the latest one, is also available online. We, in fact, not even have booklets. Professors and interested individuals can just go to the website and download the curriculum. Now, just quickly to recap, I said that we had a meeting for directors of the regional centers. This is an old concept that we understand that they're still relevant. The directors are very interested in keep the concept, and in fact, what we need to do is probably foster and revitalize the whole concept. And this is something that what we're doing today also with the elaboration of the new curriculum that our colleagues are working, this is also going to upgrade, to reinforce the work of the regional centers. So if you have any questions, please feel free to get in contact with me, with Gisato or Verna, and I thank you for your attention. Thanks. Are you taking questions? Okay.
Maybe one question, quick question? No, then if you, yes, please.
Thank you. Oh.
Good morning. I'm Carlos Duarte from the Mexican Space Agency. And my question is, I heard that there are plans for a new center in Beijing. Is that correct?
Yes, that's exactly what I just said. It's actually in Beihang University, and we have Drs. Wen and Wang here. And we expected to have the inauguration in November this year.
Right, but my question is the center be related to the Asia-Pacific region, or is it going to be just Asia?
Not necessarily. This regional center is actually, at the moment, I understand they have 6 countries that have signed up to be part of the regional center in Beihang University, and they're not necessarily from the area in Asia.
So that means that Mexico can participate in the regional center? A possibility?
They probably could, but you see, Mexico has their own regional center as well. So that's something that maybe could be discussed with the director and see if you can have a double membership. That's something that we probably will need to explore. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. So our next speaker is Professor Sergio Minera. Professor Minera from Guatemala obtained a bachelor in physics and mathematics from Universidad del Valle de Guatemala in 2008 and a master's degree in mathematical modeling in engineering at Universidad del Studi di l'Aquila, Italy, and the Nice Sophia Antipolis in France in 2011. He also has a FAA commercial pilot license obtained in Florida, in the States. He is a professor at Universidad del Valle de Guatemala and Universidad Francisco Marroquín. Ready? Okay, please, Professor Minera.
Okay, good morning. My name is Sergio Minera. Thank you for the introduction. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this event, United Nations, Mexico government, and CICESE for this opportunity of being here. In the last days, we have been watching presentations, like a little bit more technical presentations about satellites and space technology. Now I want to discuss a little bit more profound and more essential problem. Not a problem, it's more like a challenge. It's about the importance of development of joint curriculum in engineering and aerospace. You see, there are some countries, some developing countries that we don't have yet a space industry. We barely have an aviation industry. So what we are trying to do is to try to convince universities, institutions, and students that the goal of reaching a space technology, it's really, we really should look for that. Okay? So for starting, how do I? Okay. So let's talk a little bit, some details about the ingredients of creating a space technology. First, we need a developed industry in aerospace industry. We need the infrastructure. We need, of course, the financial resources. And for the most important, we need the human resources. And I want to focus my discussion in this resource. And of course, we need the will. So we will talk about a little bit about the human resources. Human resource actually is the resource. So this is where the process of all the industry and all the technology really begins. And what do we need for this human resource to be developed? Well, we need education. In some countries, like for example Guatemala, we have a challenge, and is that, as I said before, we don't have an industry, and universities don't even have a curricula in aviation or in aerospace. So how to reach them and ask them to open new careers? Yes. Why do we need education? Of course, that will open the way for research, job positions, and eventually experience. Okay, so let's go to the real challenge. The real challenge is that we don't have education in these fields. Universities in Guatemala sometimes think backwards. They think that if we don't have an industry yet established, or job positions or research positions, we don't need education. It should be the other way around. It's obvious that it should be the other way around. So, in the case of Guatemala, we have 12 universities. And of the 12 universities, only one university is state. It's a state university. So it's the only university that is receiving money from government. The other 11 universities are private universities. So these universities think, okay, we need funding within money for creating new careers. Where the money comes from, or where the investing for these new careers come from? The answer is that the money is coming from students. So if the university sees that they will have 5 students or 10 students, they don't want to invest on it. Yes. So this is really the profound problem, because we don't have to convince society that space technology is good. We have to convince universities and institutions to invest in this. Yes? So the answer is students. Okay, let's go back to the challenge. So if we want to create an aerospace industry, education curricula, why don't ask the university just to open a career in aerospace? So that's, as I was saying, that's not so simple. Before reaching for alternate solutions, let's see what are the ingredients that we have in our universities. The most popular science and engineering careers in our country are physics, mathematics, mechanical engineer, electronic engineer, industrial engineer, systems, and computer engineer. Why I put some asterisks in physics or mathematics? Because they are not that popular, but we already have these careers. So, generally speaking, for the development of technology, we have the human resource, we have the technical resource. And as we have seen in previous presentations, we don't need an aerospace engineering career to develop this. You need electronic engineers, etc. So, we can use this existing curriculum to try to combine them with other industry that is our aviation industry. Our aviation industry is a growing section in our country, but we are just limited to operational areas. Let's say pilots, crew members, dispatchers, ATC controllers. Transportation, of course, we transport people, goods, maintenance, and administrative. In this area, we also have something else. We have the educational resources. We have schools that train pilots, schools that train professionals in this area. So if we don't have an aerospace industry, why not thinking of unite these two big areas, but separated areas? For example, why not creating standards, curricular standards, I mean educational standards, to combine these two sections and work to a common goal. Yes? Okay. So Space Future starts with the basics. If we want an space industry, we have to start with education. Yes? And how I think that we should do this, we should look at the necessities of the industry that is already in Guatemala and try to unite them. This is an initiative that we are started this year at our university, at my university, Universidad del Valle. We're trying to create exchange programs between both educational centers, aviation centers, and engineering centers. The idea is not creating an curricula, just putting like some engineering courses, some electronic courses, and aviation courses, and you just mix it, and then there's your career. No, we have to think a little bit more. How to create special curriculums that are adapted to the needs and reality of the country. Let me show you a small video that I have. Let me see.
Valle de Guatemala, excelencia que trasciende.
Okay. Para el which one? Okay. Sí, solo no quiero. Okay. So before showing you the video, I will make a summary of what is our main goal of this campaign. This campaign is aimed to convince students that they can do both things in our country. And more than convincing students is convincing the directives of our universities that we can do this in Guatemala. I will show you the video. This is a promotional video, let's say, that we created a couple weeks ago, and we put this on the website to try to commit to it.
Universidad del Valle de Guatemala, excelencia que trasciende.
So, I want to talk a little bit about this campaign. From the last 2 or 3 years, we were trying to create a new aerospace, not aerospace engineering, but more aeronautical engineer. And the directives of our universities, they said that no, that it can be done. It had more costs than benefits to create this. So I thought, okay, why not showing them, not showing the students, showing the directives of the institution, what we can do with this. So I have this initiative, and for this in this video, I took the directives of the physics department. I took them here, give them the speech, a little bit of small training, and after that I saw that it really meant something for them. Actually, 2 weeks after I did this, the direction of physics department called me and told me, hey, do you know that now we have a wind tunnel? We have a wind tunnel? Yes, we just bought the wind tunnel. I was like really surprised, because I know that it's something like small and simple, but we never in our university, and I will say in the whole country there is no wind tunnel. So just by taking one person to this kind of training, let's say, we managed to convince them to invest. So in only 2 weeks, they bought our wind tunnel and tell me, okay, so let's continue this. Let's bring flight schools to our university now to us to train to them. So I think it's simple and like a small step, but this shows that with the right words to the right people, even if they are really small, you can start making a change. So that the goal of our campaign, let's say, is to try to make interest not only in, where is the, here it is, to grow interest not only in students, but in the directives of our universities. Okay. So just to finish fast, what are the benefits of trying to connect these two growing areas is that we will create careers and study subjects related to our country's realities. They are the first step for creating space technology, curricula, creating new job positions, knowledge exchange with other institutions, and the most important is funding. I want to finish with a phrase from Bob Bello: the sky's the limit only for those who aren't afraid to fly. But I should change a little bit this phrase and say the space is the limit for those who aren't afraid of dreaming. So let's keep dreaming. And this is my presentation. I hope you like. If you have any questions, please tell me. And thank you very much.
Have time for a couple of questions. Any questions?
So, good morning, Sergio. It was very good presentation. I have just one question related, because you presented that you are looking for a curricula that is going to, or should be adapted to the needs of your country. But in terms of a space, I didn't get it. You know, it's, because.
Yes.
In different countries, they try to find a curriculum that could be used not only for locally, but also for international cooperation and participation in international missions and so on. Why you are going in this way?
The thing is that in our country, our universities, they don't want to invest in careers that they don't have, let's say, future at the at the short term. Yes, so we cannot dream of creating a space curriculum if we don't have even an aviation or aeronautics curriculum. So my suggestion is, let's start from the really beginning. Let's grab what we have, that is aviation and engineering, try to combine these two with the goal of creating and supporting our local industry, and after that we can start thinking of making a space education. So we cannot jump from our current state to a space technology without coming through the aviation industry. So and even we cannot create aeronautics engineering, because we don't have the resources, we don't have the manufacturer, we don't have anything. So let's go one step before of that and try to unite these two.
Good morning. I just want to add to what Fernando said, because in a country like India, we don't have an aviation sector. We don't produce aircrafts. So we are probably one of the only countries which did the space industry first, and then we are doing the aviation industry later. So essentially, it need not be that you start a aeronautical field and jump into the space industry, but look for models such as India, because we never did anything related to aviation in the 60s, and we jumped onto space and then we continued that.
Yes, okay, but for example, the case of of my country is that our problems, let's say, our challenges are a little bit different because most of universities are private. So they just don't, they will not start an aviation curricula because they think that we don't need it. So my point is, let's try to attack the problem from other way. Let's try to use what we have to start convincing them. The idea is like to put on them an idea that will grow. I am not telling we cannot create just directly in space. No, I am attacking the problem from other point of view. You just put the idea and let it grow in the correct people, in the correct. Yes.
No? Yes, this is the last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. I really think your efforts to bring the curriculum to your country are admirable. You described the efforts you did to convince the universities. Do you also maybe you said that most of the universities are private, and are you working like on the side of the demand by the students? Can you elaborate maybe on things you do for high schools to create a demand for students to want to become part of this kind of industry?
Yes, there are some efforts of the private sector, but they are not aimed to the science, like for astronomy and astrophysics, things like that. We are working on it. My goal is, of course, we need to interest kids, but my goal is going a little bit upper to the people that make decisions. That's our goal. So yes, we are. My focus is not more on the students, because students they can want to study, but if the university doesn't see the potential of the money for funding, even if students want, they won't do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergio. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Dr. John Polanski. Dr. John Polanski joined QTech, the Kyushu Institute of Technology, as an assistant professor in August 2013, and is responsible for project-based learning, international collaboration and outreach, and is a deputy manager of QTech's HORYU 4 nanosatellite project. His research primarily concerns gridded ion thrusters and dielectric surface charging. He received a PhD in astronautical engineering from the University of Southern California.
So again, while we wait, Windows 8, we found some glasses. Oh, I think they are yours, right? Okay, so we have them here. You can pick them up later. That was easy.
Great.
Did you see?
Oh, yes, I can see. And to go, I just use this one.
You just press it.
Oh, okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Is it okay?
It's
or you
okay.
Want to
No problem. Good morning. In case you can't tell, I'm not Japanese, but I've been in Japan for about 2 years. Thank you for the introduction. My name is John Polanski, and I'd like to talk a little bit about how we use nanosatellite project-based learning to contribute to our space engineering curriculum. I also would like to talk about some opportunities that I envision between our university and partner institutions throughout the world. So this is a quick outline to my talk. I'll describe QTech, the Kyushu Institute of Technology, discuss our satellite projects very briefly. Then I'll talk about our curriculum and how we support it with fellowships, and finally some collaboration opportunities. So to start with, the motivation, we know there's a growing demand for capabilities in basic space technology throughout the world, especially in developing countries and emerging markets. Recently, as we all know, there's been an explosion of small satellites launched. And this is a prime opportunity for this demand, to meet this demand, because these satellites are now affordable even for universities and small institutions, programs that previously could not actually do a space project and put something tangible into space. That's now possible. And we're working with the United Nations. We're very supportive of the Basic Space Technology Initiative. Actually, some of our funding for fellowship students in our space engineering curriculum comes through the Japanese government, but also in partnership with the United Nations. So, QTech. We're located about 1,000 kilometers southwest of Tokyo on Kyushu Island in West Japan. And the university is a national university. It was founded in 1909. We have about 4,400 undergraduate students and almost 2,000 graduate students. So it's a relatively small university. It's a science and engineering university. There are 3 campuses, and I'm in the engineering campus, the main campus. So what are we doing? Well, my laboratory is called LACENE, the Laboratory of Spacecraft Environment Interaction Engineering. We opened in 2004, and of course I wasn't there in 2004. I was far from being a professor at that point. But the 4 main research areas that we have are electrostatic discharge. That's actually what we really have expertise in. How charging occurs and how it affects satellites in orbit. We're also looking at material degradation, especially related to radiation. Polymers are very susceptible. And hypervelocity impacts. And also more recently, starting from 2010, nanosatellite environment testing. Previously, we were focused on solar arrays and how the space environment affected the solar arrays, but now we've moved into testing and validating entire units, nanosatellites, from a variety of different standpoints. And you can see that here. In 2010, we opened our Center for Nanosatellite Testing. We are capable of performing all environmental tests, except for radiation, but we have some partners for that, for satellites up to 50 kilograms in mass and 50 centimeters in any dimension. And presently, about 2/3 of all Japanese small satellites come through QTech for testing. And we also are working on international projects as well. And you can see some examples here of the tests that we offer. I think most of us are familiar with these. But this is also a research area for us. Not just testing in order to pass a safety review and get into orbit, but also to improve the process, to streamline and standardize the process, because it's very different, as we know, for small satellites. The requirements are different, the timelines are different, the cost is different. So this is a big area for us, and we're looking for partners from around the world. Additionally, we have been working on a few satellites, a few nanosatellites. We started in 2006 with something called Horyu-1, 1U CubeSat. It unfortunately wasn't launched, but we moved on in 2010 to Horyu-2. That was a 30-centimeter cubic satellite that was launched in 2012, and it was very successful. It's still in orbit now, and we were actually able to generate the highest photovoltaic voltage, about 300 volts in orbit. And we were looking at arcing mitigation studies in low Earth orbit. At about 200 volts, we get substantial arcing due to the plasma density. So it was a very interesting mission. We've since moved on to Horyu-3 and Horyu-4. This is just very brief, just an overview. I'm going to talk more about our curriculum and collaboration opportunities, but Horyu-4 is scheduled to launch either late next year or first quarter 2016, and it's a follow-up to Horyu-2. We're generating high voltage in space and trying to capture the discharge current waveform. We've developed an onboard oscilloscope, and we're also taking pictures of these arcs as they occur. to try to understand the charging and arcing problem and also mitigate the negative effects in order to support high power missions. So let me get into the curriculum. In April of 2013, we opened an English-based space engineering curriculum. We have a 2-year master's degree and a 3-year PhD that we offer. And there are 4 major components to our curriculum. Of course, we have lectures in English. We have many, many lectures. I give a few of them every year. And we have research. We, of course, require that our students make a contribution to science or engineering through the form of journal publications or at least conference papers for the master's degrees. Additionally, we require on-the-job training in environment testing. We do that through our Center for Nanosatellite Testing, so that's very convenient for us. But a major component of our program, and one that we strongly recommend, of course, to other curricula throughout the world, is project-based learning through a space project, and preferably a project that actually is scheduled to launch and be operated in orbit. The motivation is completely different. The return is completely different if the students know from inception that the project will actually fly in space or actually be used on a space mission. In any case, I'll give a few examples of that. Right now, as of October 2014, we have 36 students enrolled in our English-based space engineering curriculum, and it's about half Japanese and half foreign. I think we have 16 Japanese students and 20 foreign students at the moment. So it's a very interesting mix. There are many social aspects that we need to overcome as well, besides the engineering and the science. So here are some examples of, I guess this isn't a great example, it's more a distribution of our students, but for project-based learning, we're encouraging our students to solve these open-ended problems, but practically, in the form of a space project. So some examples of what we do, I lead student teams for various mission design contests, satellite engineering development, and whatnot. And we also use our HORU projects, which are both education-based and technology demonstration-based. So they're part of our curriculum. Our students have the option of either joining our own satellite projects or developing their own satellite as part of the project-based learning component. So the pie chart on your right, I don't know if you can read the country names, but this is a distribution of the different nationalities on our HORU 4 project. We have about 25 to 30 people, and it's about 50% Japanese, but we have people from all over the world that are at QTech working on the project, and our objective is to teach or show one model for implementing basic space technology, and we're hoping that these students and these staff members that we have from throughout the world go back to their home countries to implement something similar. And to support this, I think you may have heard about this already during the UN presentation, but to help support our program and to attract students from around the world, we have a UN Japan long-term fellowship program. We presently have funding through the Japanese government for 6 students per year, 2 master's students and 4 doctoral students. It's quite competitive. Last year we had about 120 full applications and over 500 registrants for the fellowship program. So the quality of our students is very good, I believe. And the objective, of course, is to provide a hands-on experience for students from developing countries, emerging markets, that allows them to actually take what they learn, take what they know back to their home countries and implement it in order to put something tangible into orbit. And this table shows the program growth. So we started in 2011. That was the first year that we admitted students. We actually started in 2009. I wasn't there at the time, but in 2009, we started talking to the UN about this. In 2011, we admitted 2 students. 2 doctor students, and we did the same thing in 2012. But then we were able to expand the program, get more funding, and from 2013 to 2017, we have funding to admit 6 students per year, and we're hoping to actually increase that number. And you can see on the bottom row that we have students coming from numerous parts of the world. And I do have to say that these are just the fellowship students. Our program is very open to any student who wants to apply. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. I only have a few minutes left, I know. So for the fellowship program, in order to apply, go to this website, or tell your students to go to this website, or just Google BSTI Fellowship. For fall 2015 admission is once per year in the fall. The deadline is January 12th. And you can certainly contact me or Professor Cho or the UN if you have any questions about the fellowship. So just briefly, I want to mention a few other collaboration opportunities that I see with QTech to support human resource development and capacity building throughout the world. So first of all, joint research. Our specialty is space environment research. We have many different ground-based experiments, as I mentioned before, charging, hypervelocity impacts, material degradation, but also satellite testing. And this is very practical. We're looking for institutions that want to open their own centers. It helps us validate our results. It helps us have some check on what we're seeing in our laboratory. Secondly, human resource development. This can take one of 2 forms or some other form that we haven't thought of at the moment, but in the short term, we're very open to staff exchange or internships. And in the long term, we have the fellowship program that I mentioned, and we're very open to one-for-one agreements where QTech finds a way to support and pay for one student if a country or an institution is willing to send another with their own funding. We're very open to that. This could eventually lead to a double degree program or a joint curriculum. Third, staff training. This could be more industry-based. It also applies to academia. So we can train engineers on a weekly basis or a monthly basis in our facility with dummy satellite or with some other method. In somewhat of a pilot program, we have a testing tutorial coming up in November, just before the UNICEF Global meeting. This is a 2-day training workshop, testing workshop. It's held in our laboratory in Japan. It's hands-on. There are still some seats available. If you're interested, go to the UNICEF Global website or contact me directly. I'll give you the application form and some more information. And finally, nanosatellite test services. We are able to provide comprehensive services, and this may include launch opportunities. We have to approach that on a case-by-case basis, but we are able to interface with JAXA and at least discuss and possibly open up some doors for launch opportunities, because we know that for a project to really be successful, the motivation from the beginning needs to be based around flying in space or performing in space. And for the price list, you can just ask me, and we can negotiate. So that's it. If you have any questions, please ask them now. I unfortunately have to leave today around lunchtime, so if you want to talk to me in person, try to catch me in the break or just before lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe one quick question at the moment, if any. No? Okay, then if anything comes up, please catch John later. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Ms. Andrea Jaime. Andrea Jaime is the Executive Director of SGAC in Vienna, Austria. Prior to her job, she worked at the Human Spaceflight Directorate of the European Space Agency. She has a master's degree in aerospace engineering by UPC Barcelona, Spain, and is alumni of the International Space University. In her presentation today, she is going to tackle the extracurricular activities that SGAC members, international young professionals and students, are carrying out on small satellites, and which are the perspectives and concerns of this generation.
If there's a USB port.
Sure. Thanks, Chisato, for the introduction. So, indeed, my name is Andrea Jaime, and I'm here to present a bit the perspectives of the young professionals and students in the small satellite specialists, since this is a topic that we are talking more during this session. Let's see if this works. No? Okay, manually, it's better. So since I've been talking to many people and not many of you knew about the organization, about the SGAC, so I will just give you first an introduction of who we are. So we are basically, the Space Generation Advisory Council is a non-profit organization that represents young professionals and students in the space sector. So we represented the United Nations, space agencies, industry, and of course, academia. We were actually founded at the Unispace 3 conference. Werner mentioned about these Unispace 3 conferences in 1999. We actually have a seat at the UN COPOS since 2001, and we basically are a volunteer network of more than 4,000. We believe now we are closer to 5,000 members in more than 100 different countries. So what do we actually do? We organize 2 conferences per year, 2 major ones, the Space Generation Congress and the Fusion Forum. We have 8 year-round projects targeting some key space topics. We give pragmatic policy suggestions. As I said, we are members of the UN COPOS, and we always publish and give some recommendations from our events. We offer scholarships, so our members and the young professionals and students can attend international conferences to exchange their ideas and share their views in the topics. And well, we also have another special projects or events throughout the whole year, of course. So I just wanted to highlight about the scholarships because, in fact, for being a non-profit, we have been able to give more than 200 scholarships in just the past 5 years alone. So this is basically helping the capacity building and giving international exposure to students and young professionals, especially from emerging regions and emerging countries. So we're very proud of this pillar in our organization. The other thing I already mentioned is the SGAC projects. So right now we are actually 8 projects on 8 different topics. We are dealing with commercial space, near-Earth objects, small satellites, SDDM, space policy and law, GNSS, and space safety and sustainability, and the last one on space exploration. Basically, these projects are run by young professionals and students. They are teams of international people. They target mainly education and outreach, so they develop educational material, and they also develop some papers that they present at various conferences around the world. So I'm gonna now here focus on the small satellites project group. Basically, the small satellites group or project, it's a team of around 20 people coming from also 20 different countries and with very different backgrounds. So we have scientists, engineers, have people with international relations background and law. So we really think that this is kind of a real representation of what the space sector looks like. Jordi Puig yesterday was mentioning about the importance of multidisciplinarity in our sector. I also invite all of you to check the website. They usually publish there what they have been doing and which are the projects they are taking for the year. And of course, everybody, all young professionals and students from around the world can join the topic, or the team, sorry. Some of the key objectives, like the overall objectives, or top down, let's say, is of course to provide or to give a bit of career and project assistance, especially to those who would like to enter into the small satellites community or that are already in there. So it's a way to exchange ideas and what is working in my country, what is working in your country, what is your expertise on the law side, and what is my expertise on the technical side. So it's working very well on that. We're focusing more in the policy, on the legal issues. Actually, yesterday also was one of the final discussions of the panel, kind of well, is people really aware of the ITU, the problems of the frequency, spectrum allocation, and so on? So we're hoping to provide an up-to-date information on that. And of course, to attract young professionals and students, that's the outreach part of it, into the topic, and especially from the emerging and developing countries. Some specific objectives that we're having and that the team is working right now. So we have a project with an industry Swiss Space Systems, S3. I will just talk briefly about it in a minute. Then we also had a partnership with, through an MOU with QB50. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with QB50. And basically our role is going to be to develop an actually smartphone application. Then, of course, to develop specific policies on small satellites, because we really believe there is a lack in there. And then to provide educational material on small satellites, especially on the paperwork and the policy and legal side. And of course, my long-term plan is to build our own small satellites, as everybody, I guess. Now, I just want to highlight this project with the S3. With Swiss Space Systems. We are actually aiming to have a worldwide survey on the regulatory and the economical aspects of the nanosatellites. Actually, this project was just presented last week at the 6th European CubeSat Symposium in Munich. And basically, the group, what it's doing right now is identifying these main challenges, CubeSats and small sats in general. Have been growing a lot, and there is a lot of diversity also in all the countries and different objectives on why people is developing. So here we are gonna identify this diversity and the main challenges, and analyze them and eventually come out with the best practices. And with the ultimate goal, of course, of propose an optimized strategy for the development, launch, and operations of nanosatellites or small satellites in general. So some of the challenges that our generation have been discussing, of course, technical, economical, and legal. For example, technical about the standardization or the orbital lifetime. We were also talking about that yesterday. Economical, actually, sometimes on the lack of a business plan, like people is just developing small sats just for capacity building, but maybe there is actually the need for a business plan behind that. And of course, the legal. The risk assessment or liability, these small sats. So those are one of the challenges that we are kind of talking. Well, I don't know why. Okay, this is kind of like the timeline. Okay, my computer was not like this. Okay. We are now in the first, finalizing the first part. So we already are now drafting Oops. Okay, we're drafting the survey. We hope to actually distribute it around all the world through our channels, and for next year to start the data compilation and analysis. And I will be asking maybe the organizers of the symposium if we can also use you, because you are also experts in the small satellites community. We can also distribute this survey to you so you can provide your input. I think it will be very, very valuable for us. The other thing, as I mentioned, is the SGAC events, and that we also have a focus on small satellites sometimes, and especially this year. In the Space Generation Congress, that was 1 month or 3 weeks ago in Toronto, Canada, in conjunction with the IAC, we actually had a working group on CubeSat swarms. They were also mentioned yesterday. And then at the Fusion Forum, which is done in conjunction with the Space Symposium, that was in the US last May, we also had a panel discussion on small satellites. So I would like just to highlight what our generation discussed and which are our concerns. So just for you to know who we are, usually in these events, the Fusion Forum, we were about 50 people, average age 29 years old, very male-female balance. We're very proud of that, and well, a lot of master's students. In the SGC, we had more than 130 delegates coming from 39 different countries. Average age about 27 years old, and well, you see here some of the statistics. What we discussed in the US, at the Fusion Forum, on the small satellites, we wanted to talk about the benefits and risks, because of course we all know about the benefits, of course. We also need to think about the risks of this proliferation of small satellites. So we mentioned about, indeed, there is increased participation in small satellites, not only from universities, but actually from overall nations that they are starting their space program with small sats, but also established companies that they are really starting to have a big role on small sats. Then also we mentioned the commercial interest on small satellites, and particularly startup companies. Yesterday, Pete Warden mentioned actually about Planet Labs, for example. Then the applications of small satellites, which are like out of range. They are amazing number of applications. Then, of course, small satellites for capacity building. We already talked about this yesterday, but that's something that our generation also is aware of the great value that we have there. But we also know the challenges of the space debris creation and that we really should invest on prevention. So that's something that, in my personal opinion, is a bit lacking in the discussions that we have been having these previous days. But this is something that our generation is really concerned, that we really are thinking on this, on making sure that we don't create too much space debris and that actually we prevent them. This next slide has nothing to do, but just also for you to know that during the Fusion Forum, we also had a panel discussion on emerging spacefarers. So the final report is going to be published before the end of the year. So I suggest that you read about it because it might be of interest for the region also. So it was really very interesting discussions that we had. Then during the Space Generation Congress 2014, sorry, too much letters in here, too much text, we actually discussed about the CubeSat swarms, especially for communication networks and policy challenges, which is the real challenge in here. Well, I'm not going to go into detail in these slides, but basically is that there is a proliferation of this and there is an interest on starting these CubeSat swarms, but indeed the policymakers will have to reevaluate the current policy and the mechanisms and also the infrastructure to allow innovations in communication and strategy, technology for small satellites without compromising the operational systems. So the working group actually explored the current and future communication technologies, the existing plans for CubeSats in swarms and constellations, and actually the roles of the institutions, that especially from those countries that they already have a well-established space program. And we proposed some recommendations that we're going to present at the UN COPWAS next February, on basically how to provide communication support, what are the policy implications, and which are the policy changes that need to happen that can impact this CubeSat industry, and well, that actually don't change that much the overall industry. So the things. The working group was 25 people from 14 different countries, so also very multidisciplinarily, multicultural, and so on. They identified some of the challenges. We talked about spectrum allocation. This is kind of like an analogy with internet, the current internet system. And some of the conclusions, we'll not go into detail, of course, because again, we are going to publish a report at the end of the year. It will be freely available online. One of the things that the project or the working group recommended was to foster a positive policy environment that actually also enables innovation and not just cuts everything. And also, of course, to encourage standards to enable an architecture similar to the internet, but for CubeSat swarms. And we hope with these changes in the policy will help all the actors in the sector, entrepreneurs, also the ones that do the policies and the legal aspects, but also the end users. And as I said, the reports will be available by the end of the year, so I invite all of you to check them and to go into details, because of course here we don't have time to go much into detail. And yet this is kind of the Fusion Forum group, the SGC group that we were discussing. And just before I finish, I would like also to invite all of you to attend the Asia Pacific Space Generation Workshop. It's going to be in Japan next month at the Keio University in Yokohama, very close to Tokyo. And it's going to be in conjunction with APRSAF. So maybe some of you are attending the APRSAF. But we think that might be also interest for the Latin American region, because in Asia Pacific is a very similar scenario, they also work a lot in the regional aspect. So our members are going to talk about, well, should we have a regional space agency like in Europe we have? What is the future of this region? So maybe these are also questions that in Latin America you will need to be asked and answered eventually. So I would like to invite all of you to come. If you're a young professional student, you can attend as a participant. If you are senior expert, you can come as a speaker or as expert, of course, and the registrations are open. So thank you very much for your attention. Thanks.
We have a few minutes for questions. Any questions? In that case, I might have one question. I just see so many young people joining, and I think, you know, they are, as time goes by, many new people coming. How do you actually pass on your, knowledge and know-how, not only technical knowledge, but also asset of networking?
Mm-hmm. So indeed, our network, we kind of have to cut it at 35 years old. So right now we're developing an alumni database to make sure that these members that have been working with us until 35 years old, they don't just go and disappear. We are actually working on maintaining a database of experts. So when you are 35 years old, you pass from a young professional to expert or advisor. So of course, for example, in the small satellite project groups on the other projects, we have people that is over 35 years old, but they are helping us on as giving advice or guidance. Or when we work on some papers, they review the papers and they give their inputs. So there is place for everybody. And we do also some activities, side events on mentoring, like speed mentoring events or career advice and so on, where we make sure that there is interaction between the younger generations coming in and the ones like going up. So yeah, thanks for the question.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thanks.
So we'd like to invite our next speaker, Professor Fitzroy. So Professor Norman Fitzroy is faculty member in the Department of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering at the University of Florida, where his research focuses on innovative technologies for small satellite. He also has a joint appointment at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology in Cape Town as the research chair designate in innovative small satellite technology and applications for Africa. This chaired position is sponsored by the National Research Foundation as part of the South African Research Chair Initiative. Please,
thank you.
Professor Fitzroy.
The discussions yesterday afternoon, I think, were quite appropriate for the talk I'm going to give this morning. There were lots of talk yesterday afternoon about space debris. There are concerns about frequency allocations. There are concerns about sustainability, and all of those are part of what I hope I can address this morning for you. Just as one of the earlier speakers said, he's not from Japan. I noticed on my tag I now have a new affiliation. I'm from Mexico, so who knows? So I have a U.S., South Africa, and now a Mexican affiliation. So I thought in doing the presentation, I would take a value proposition approach to answering the question as to what are the things we need to look at when starting a new space program. So the value proposition approach, the NABC approach, is what are the needs, what's the approach, the benefits, and comparisons of what would happen if we didn't do anything in developing these new space programs. So for the needs perspective, I hope that's readable. Basically, the first thing is national pride, to be part of the club. I don't think that alone is sufficient to start a space program. The others involves HCD and STEM, which is really the reason we're here talking about these things. There might also be socioeconomic needs, and We heard yesterday there are venture capitalists now that are getting into the space business, so that could also be one of the reasons for looking at this. And of course, technology demo is clearly one of the reasons to do this. From an approach perspective, I would venture to say that the developments that we're seeing now and the developments that will come relatively soon is due to, and I refer to them as containerized satellites rather than CubeSats, small sats, because I think it's the fact that they're launched from a container, which is actually what's causing the growth rather than the fact that it's a cube or it's whatever shape it is. It's the fact that there isn't a direct need for an interface to the launch vehicle, but an interface to a launch container. So I think that, I'll use containerized satellites here. Some of the numbers that I'll show later on will be different than some of the other numbers for CubeSats, simply because we count things that are not necessarily cubes. In terms of approach also, obviously some partnerships between industry, academia, and government I think is necessary. And of course one should have long-term visions. And so for the long-term vision, that's why I say just being part of the club is not a good approach to take. The benefits, obviously society as a whole benefit. We could solve socioeconomic problems with this. There's a workforce that's needed, that's trained, and so there are benefits to that. And then there's the big issue of international partnerships and collaborations. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel on several of these things that will come through the development of a program. And then finally, it is the comparison of what happens if we do nothing. Okay, and what happens if we do nothing is we have status quo, we have the big sats that are only government funded, you get data when you get data from them, and that's basically it. I think you would lose some of the HCD STEM motivation that we've heard a lot about yesterday, and I also think you'd lose a lot of the innovation that Jordi mentioned yesterday that occurs from these small satellites. So I think if we look at this value proposition and we address them, we can come up with solutions that are appropriate for whomever wants to start a satellite program or a space program within their organizations. If we look at the approach, I think the approach could also be broken down again into three different categories. There is a strictly human capacity development focus, there's a strict innovation focus, and then there's a hybrid focus. And I think the hybrid focus in my mind is what Professor Nakasuka mentioned yesterday. You did HCD, and now what is it that you're going to do beyond? It is the next step, okay? So I think that's really where we should be looking. Not just to, do HCD. We can train these people, but we have to figure out, okay, so we've trained them, what's next? So one has to look at the big picture of end-to-end systems in this approach. Now, if we look at the HCD only, what you have is a focus that is entirely on education. So it's training of engineers, scientists, technicians. And funding, typically, and I guess this is coming from my US perspective, funding typically comes from government agencies to universities. And the interest there is that there is end-to-end development in systems, there are infrastructures that have to be put in place. And the thing that I want to mention is that when you're doing an educational program, failure must be an option. Students should be allowed to fail, okay? Sometimes we do the HCD and we integrate it with innovation, and we lose the fact that on the innovation side, I don't think failure is an option. You shouldn't allow that to be, an option. But when you're doing HCD, it absolutely has to be an option. Students should be allowed to fail. The other thing with the hybrid approach is, again, from the US side of the world, plug and play is not a favorable word to use with satellites anymore. But I think with the HCD approach, with the innovation, what you end up doing is having plug and play workforce, because the workforce was trained in the field, so when they come to the employer, they're somewhat ready to step right in and do the work. And again, Jordi and Professor Nakasuka mentioned that yesterday in their presentations. So if you're implementing this in academic environment, obviously these things are multidisciplinary. They have engineering, they have science, they have business. All of these need to be considered. Unfortunately, universities are stovepipes. And the reward systems within universities do not allow for multidisciplinary research. A lot of deans get up and make statements about we're doing multidisciplinary and we're doing this, but when it comes to promotion, when it comes to raises, it's all about what have you done within this stovepipe. And somehow we have to fix that and figure out how to do it. The other side of that is that if I start a program, and particularly a program that is small sat, and we hear about all these different things that are happening, I think the small sat development is very fluid. And so to start a program in an environment like an academic institution that follows policies, you have to have some ability to adapt as the system changes. And universities are notorious for not being able to adapt in a timely scale. So we have to take these things into consideration when we do that. Then if you come from a classic department like myself, where you're talking about fluid dynamics and solid mechanics, talking about systems engineering in that curriculum is just a total no-no, because systems engineering is some hand-waving stuff. You know, you don't really, there's no mechanics behind it. So again, there are challenges. Maybe in developing new upstart programs, that's not the case, but in traditional programs, I know this is a case. Just something to be aware of. The other thing is, if you're starting this program, you have to be cognizant of the fact that you're joining a larger community. It's a very global phenomenon. You have to be cognizant of the regulatory issues that are there. You have to be cognizant. We heard a lot yesterday about debris. We heard a lot about frequency allocations. You have to be aware of these things. I think the CubeSat, SmallSat programs are now becoming aware of those things, but we need to make sure that that is part of what's done. Excuse me. The other side of this is it's an end-to-end process, and so one has to take into consideration that you need to have a ground station to communicate with your satellite. Lots of times we get excited about developing the satellite and the students take off and we run and we find resources to make them build this satellite. And then we think about the frequency allocation, and then we think about, oh, we don't have a ground station. So one has to think about all these things a priori and develop them as you're developing the program. One of the big things, big challenges I think there is just the funding source. Because if you don't have a consistent funding source, you can't fund students the way the big satellite industry works on this 10, 15-year cycle of feast and famine. You just can't do that with students. I can't take my PhD student, start him, and halfway through the program tell him that, oh, the project got canceled, you have to go. It's just not the way one should do it. So one needs to look at the funding side of it, and the other is to look at the opportunities for the students once they come through these programs. So, you know, there are options there that one needs to look at. Spin-off companies are things that people are looking at. And then we heard yesterday of talks about students going to work in other industries. And I think the end-to-end design process here is very helpful for them in doing that. Some of the pitfalls one should consider is that there are technical pitfalls, there are programmatic pitfalls, and then there are external pitfalls. The technical pitfalls, it's pretty clear. You know, there's documentations. Engineering students just don't like to write documents. There's the operational side of it, and then there's the AI&T side of it, and these things have all been discussed. Programmatic side of it, I mentioned, cost, schedule, personnel. You have students going and coming. The question previously about how do you maintain that knowledge and database, those are all things one needs to be concerned with. And of course, there's the issue of safety. The one thing that I want to focus on before I leave here is on the external influences. On the external influences, yesterday we heard about frequency allocations. This is just a quick summary of what needs to be done when you're doing frequency allocations in the US. And this is thanks to the guys from CubeSat.org for putting this together. Essentially, the team requests the frequency from a frequency range from IARU, and that's done in collaboration with all the others who might be on that launch. Once that's done, they prepare the paperwork that goes to the FCC. They submit it to the FCC along with the list of things here, the ODAR report. Once they get the allocation, then it's coordinated with the ITU, and the CubeSat group then has either their experimental or amateur license. Again, this is things that I think the folks need to focus on during their process. Now, I put this chart up here, and it's rather busy, but the thing that I want to take away from this is the fact that in 2002, there were 2 launches. As of last week, there were 108 launches. There are several different countries that are providing launch opportunities, and this again is just for the containerized satellites. So since 2002, there have been 300 CubeSat, canisterized CubeSat type launches that have been shown. Now, at the IAC 2 weeks ago, this chart was put up by Hugh Lewis in a section dealing with space debris. And the statement here was the number of conjunctions that CubeSats have been involved with since their inception. This chart basically says that since 2002, there have been over 360,000 conjunctions that have been recorded involving CubeSats. That's a big number, okay? There goes on to be some additional parts in this paper, and I would suggest that you go find that paper and read it. There are some other parts of the study says there be millions of conjunctions associated with CubeSat if the launch rates that we're seeing now continues. So the study looked at 3 different scenarios: 200 launches per year, 500 launches per year, and 700 launches per year of CubeSat type satellites, and came to the conclusion that there are some concerns there. So this is the conclusion, and I pulled these directly from his presentation. These are the conclusions of his presentation. So there have been 360,000 conjunctions involving CubeSats, millions of conjunctions in the next 30 years, and this is not sustainable. Okay, obviously it's not sustainable. For one, JSPOC just cannot do all of these conjunctions anymore. They're going to put their hands up and said, I don't want to do it anymore. Okay, then we're going to be in problems. So what I want for us to take away from this, though, is not his conclusion, but this conclusion. The sky's not falling. Okay, this is an opportunity for us to come together and find innovative solutions to these problems. Okay, that's what I want for us to think. There are problems that's there, they're real, but we just shouldn't, stick our heads in the sand and forget about it. We should solve this problem. If we don't solve this problem, someone else will solve it for us, and we might not like the solution. Okay, so as a group, I think collectively we need to work on it. So, what do I think needs to be done when you start in these programs? it's got to be a three-legged stool, okay? You've got to have the academia working, you've got the industry tied to it, and you've got to have government, okay? Academia obviously is for the HCD. The industry could be part of, you know, the spin-off company within the university, but again, it is the outcomes of where these students will go. And then you have to have government in terms of advocacy, policy, and they're actually the ones that are very keen on human capacity development. And that's it. The only other thing that I didn't mention is outreach, and of course we know we need to do outreach, so that's it.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, please.
Excellent presentation, and congratulations. I'm Carlos Duarte from the Mexican Space Agency. I'm the head of education, and my question is related to the cost of space education. Space education is expensive, particularly for developing countries. So what are your recommendations for fundraising, especially from industry, to get funds to develop these projects? Because most of the universities in developing countries don't have the resources to develop, let's say, a CubeSat, to launch it. So have any recommendation for?
I have zero recommendations, but I think my statement that you have the industry, the government, and the university working together is actually the key to making things like this happen. I think if you go to industry and government with a strategy of how this would work, you will get some you should get some resources, let me say it that way. If it is a reasonable proposal that, you know, the government agencies can see the benefits, the industry can see the benefits, I think you should be able to get some resources to make it happen. I understand it is difficult. Fundraising is hard.
Thank you. Maybe we could, was the hands raising? No.
Okay.
Sorry, so can
I agree with you that in the space program and when developing a space engineering and space curriculum, we should take into consideration academia, industry, and government. That's for sure. But for example, how do you convince the engineering class or the course to actually put classes on a space policy, or actually bring the policymakers having some exchanges with the engineers? Because for example, myself, I did engineering and I had no idea about space policy even existed, or about COPUOS itself. And and now I see that is actually a problem. So how do you see there could be this interrelationship between all those disciplines?
That's a tough one, because that's the battle I'm fighting. I just made a statement here that, you know, academic institutions, particularly my department, don't see those sorts of things as being valuable. But I think it's a discussion we have to have with our deans and our upper administrations for them to see the value. And when you have organizations like UN, IAA, or other organizations that are pushing these sorts of things, I think eventually the administration will respond. They're a little slow and sluggish in responding, but if they get enough push from organizations that they respect, they will then move in the right directions. But it is a difficult thing, and it's culturally difficult.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again, Professor Fitzgerald. So our next speaker is Professor Nakasuka. Professor Nakasuka is from the University of Tokyo. As he's been introduced yesterday already, I think we might just go on. Is it okay, Professor Nakasuka? If it's ready.
Which one? No. No. Sorry.
Well, in that case. While waiting, I might just, maybe it's a repetition from yesterday, but I'd like to read his profile. Professor Nakasuka graduated from University of Tokyo and got PhD in aeronautics in 1988. He joined IBM Research Tokyo Research Laboratory in 1988 and then joined the Department of Aeronautics and Astronautics, University of Tokyo, as a lecturer in 1990. He became associate professor in 1993 and professor in 2004. His major research topics include nano, micro, picosatellite design and development, guidance, navigation, and control of spacecraft, autonomy and intelligence of space systems, advanced space systems concept.
Please stop. Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen, again. So my role here is to show the educational curriculum on the space engineering from our university. So this is just one example of the aerospace curriculum. And maybe after this session, we would like to we would like to discuss about UN curriculum on the space engineering. So maybe I hope that this presentation will be some hint or give some hint or some reference to discuss about that. So first of all, I'd like to show our university. So this shows some statistics of our university. So our university was established in 1886, and it has the 14,000 undergraduate and 40,000 graduate students. It's something like a very big universities. And our School of Engineering is something like this, and the yearly budget of the School of Engineering is about 250 million US dollars. And our Graduate School of Engineering has 18 departments and 6 research centers like that. And I'm from Aeronautics and Astronautics Department. And the world ranking of major fields of our School of Engineering is something like this. Engineering total is the 14th. In the world, and the mechanical and the aerospace engineering is ranked at the 10th in the world. And so maybe as you see that MIT is very strong, and it is the number 1 in many fields. And so now let me show you the educational curriculum in our universities. It is very special in a university that in the first year and the second year, the student is not, determined to be any department. So it is very general, area such as science and engineering and or literature and law and something. And the student during that years should learn about the general topics such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, design, drawing, computer engineering, language, and philosophy, history, and so on. And some introductory lectures for the engineering fields are also provided. And this is also another very special things for our university is that the academic record for each student for the first 1.5 years will be used for selection of department. That means that the student who can get a very high mark can go to any department. But otherwise, the student cannot select on their own interest. So this is a very special thing in our university. And the students go to some specified department from 1.5 year. So the latter half of the second year and the third and fourth year are dedicated to each department. And during that period, the student should learn about the professional knowledge, methodologies, and skills in each engineering domain. Okay, and also the student can join laboratories at the beginning of the fourth year. And then the student should start to search for research topics and to research and write a graduation thesis for about 10 months. And some department requires graduation design, so just like our Department of Aeronautics and Astronautics. And also the students should take an examination for the master course in August of the 4th year. And almost 90% of the students go to the master course in our in the university. So this show the next I'd like to show the organization of the Department of Aeronautics and Astronautics. We have 52 undergraduate students per year, and also the 52 per year for the graduate school. And these are the a list of the professors and their major fields. And so almost all the aerospace fields has been covered by the professors. Right, this. Okay, so what is a very important thing for the aerospace engineering? So this is show that. So maybe, so this is some aircraft designed and developed by a certain researchers who have some special interest. Only the such engineers who have special interest in each field. For example, electrical group made this kind of the aircraft, and also the researchers who have very special interest in armament. Then they will develop this kind of the which one? Okay, no. It doesn't work. Okay, so anyway, so this airplane, maybe you can easily understand, cannot fly. Okay, so this is a very special thing for the aerospace engineering. That means, we should think about an optimal build-up of a system which can achieve a certain objective. Okay, and in order to do that, we should, integrate many research fields, such as combustion, space propulsion, dynamics and control, structure, material, space utilization, and so on. So this is a very special field in the aerospace engineering. So in our Department of Aeronautics and Astronautics, we have been, educating the student in these directions. So this is the most important thing in the aerospace engineering. And so this is not directly related to our curriculum, but we also produce several astronauts from Japan. And so there are 5 astronauts from University of Tokyo, and 4 of them are coming from our department. So, okay. As I said, the integration is very important in aerospace. And so these are some, topics, discipline areas of the, of which will be required for the aerospace engineering. But these, special topics is not enough. As I said, the integration is very important. So in that sense, we need this kind of the horizontal line, which constitute the project management, systems engineering, reliability assurance, and so on. And some student has some, special, knowledge or skills in the specialized discipline. And plus, horizontal line. So this student can have a T type of education. And also, if the student has the 2, specialized topics knowledge, then the student has the pi type of the knowledge. And so I think that this kind of the T type or pi type of education is very important. So we have been focusing on that kind of the education. And so this shows the engineering curriculum of the undergraduate course and the graduate course. As I said, from the second year, latter half of the second year, this kind of the specialized lecture has been given to the student, and that goes through the 3rd year. And after that, the student should start the research, that is for the graduation thesis, as well as graduation design. And after that, the student go into the master course and PhD course. And maybe you can see that the 4 important, topics, disciplines in our department. That is aerodynamics, flight dynamics and control, and structure and materials, and propulsion. So these 4 are the very important topics in our aerospace engineering. And so let me show you in more detail. For the aerodynamics, the class lectures such as aerodynamics, introduction, viscous flow, compressed flow, and CFD computational fluid dynamics, and so on will be provided. And flight dynamics and control, dynamics of flight, spacecraft control, orbital mechanics, and so on will be provided. So vice versa. So these are the very basic, constitution of the academic curriculum, educational curriculum from aerospace engineering. Okay, so in addition to these kind of the class lectures, since 1999, we have been providing the student with some hands-on type education, which I showed you yesterday. So we started from CANSAT. So this education is still going on, and the CubeSat and the micro nano satellite. And before that, we started some, paperwork type of the hands-on training, that is a satellite design contest. We started in Japan this satellite design contest in 1993. And our student also apply for that and make some presentation in the contest. And some student could got the first prize in Japan. And so this is not a hands-on type of training. Actual development of the satellite was so, but it has been played an important role as giving entry-level training toward real university satellite project. So I recommend you to start this kind of the design contest. It does not require much money. Okay, so only some framework is required. Okay, and we started this kind of satellite design contest in 1993, but it is not, as I said, it's not a real satellite project, but based on these know-hows and skills and experiences, the many universities can go very quickly into the real hardware development. So the USSS is a kind of the Japan and the US collaborative program started in 1998. And from that symposium, the CANSAT and the CubeSat appeared. And many universities went through these, real satellite project, and then they go into the follow-on project by many universities. So this is the history of the Japanese university. And also the University of Tokyo followed this history. Okay, and the CANSAT is a very famous one, which is showed yesterday, started in 1999, and still the many universities, including our university students, made their own CANSAT and brought that to the United States, launched them into the 4-kilometer altitude and do some, experiment. This is the history of the ALICE, okay, and something like this. And also, our university started a micro nano pico satellite development since 2000, and we launched 3 university satellites plus 2 more practical satellites from a Hodoyoshi project. Okay, so like this, and so these some images taken by the Hodoyoshi project. And in addition to this kind of satellite development, also the ground station is another type of the very important educational material. In Japan, we started a ground station network several years ago, and that means many universities has their own ground station, and these ground stations can be connected by internet, and then we can operate the other universities' ground station over the internet. And so this kind of the connection is very important, very good, because you can get a more chance of the operation of the satellite. And we started an international joint experiment based on this ground station network, and we already done the several ground tests successfully together with the German, Sweden, and the United States collaborators. Okay. So, finally, I'd like to tell you that, which is already I explained yesterday, so this kind of the activities has a very big educational significance in terms of the practical training of whole cycle space project and importance for engineering education and education of project management. But this, hands-on education is not enough in itself. In order to make this, hands-on training more fruitful and more effective, we need, basic, educational curriculum. And so we can say that the mixture of the basic and aerospace studies and the hands-on project-based training would be important. So the mixture is very important. So that's my message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 1 or 2 questions, if you have any. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Nakaska. We have one more presentation, but it's already 11 o'clock, and because we will continue the discussion anyway, so I'd like to suggest a coffee break now, if it's okay. Then we'd like to start 11:25, the discussion, one more presentation, and then discussion part. Thank you.
And just to repeat for those who arrived a bit late, make sure that you give all the presentations, the presenters from today and tomorrow, before 5:30 p.m. to Virginia. Otherwise, your presentation will not be included and distributed to the participants. So everybody, presenters of today and tomorrow, before 5:30 p.m. Thanks. And also the speakers of this session, if they can come to the podium, we'll make a group picture. Session number 5, please gather for a group picture.
Are you going to give the presentation now in the panel?
Okay.
This is for the previous one, so I will close it. And do you have it in your memory stick? Or?
I have it, but I
Both colleagues came to Florida.
That means I can act like I know.
Or use the microphone. Giuseppe, I will sit in a corner because then it's easier also to make notes in a side that just or for the panel. Okay, we'll be here. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Você morou em Portugal? Por que você
Não.
aprendeu português?
Porque um namorado é de Portugal.
Ah.
Então, eu aprendi para falar com a família dele.
Você fala bem português.
Não tanto. Houve uma época que eu estava a ver televisão portuguesa.
Ah, sim.
Eu falava melhor português, mas agora...
É só um pouquinho de treino.
Sim, exato.
Você fala muito bem.
Percebo tudo. Mas
Sim.
falar é a coisa um bocadinho mais complicada.
Sim.
Precisas de...
Vocabulário.
sim.
Um pouco de treino com as palavras.
Exato.
Uhum.
Sim, sim.
Você fala muito bem.
Eu gosto muito do português. Eu gosto.
Você é da Áustria, né?
Sim. Mas eu sou da Espanha. Sou espanhola.
Ah, sim.
É por isso que é mais fácil falar português. Mas habito na Áustria. O meu trabalho é ali.
Você trabalha onde? Você fica onde?
É a organização Space Generation Advisory Council, a organização que apresentei.
Sim.
E todos são voluntários, exceto eu. Eu sou a única que trabalha full time.
Você deve conhecer o Bruno.
This is... Ah. Okay.最初ね。で、メモするときだけさ、やってよ。その辺で待ってて、ここに来ます。ここに座っていい？そこに座ってきますよ。はい。
No, mía. Go for it. Survival. So we can start taking our seats, and we will start now the continuation of the session 5 and the panel of experts. So if somebody in the door can call in the people from the outside. I see Werner there, come in.
So let me introduce our last speaker, Dr. Antonio Prado. Dr. Antonio Fernando Bertacchini de Almeida Prado has over 30 years of experience in research and educational activities in the aerospace field. He obtained 5 academic degrees, PhD and a Master in Aerospace Engineering from the University of Texas at Austin, Master in Space Science, Orbital Mechanics from the National Institute for Space Research in Brazil, a Bachelor in Physics and Chemical Engineering from São Paulo University in Brazil. He is a professor at the National Institute for Space Research in Brazil. He is also currently president of the same institute.
Okay. So thank you very much for the introduction and for the invitation to come here. What I will show in the next few minutes is a little bit of activities that we do in terms of education in the space field in Brazil. My institute it's not exactly a university, it's an institute for research, space research, covering several fields, as I will show in a few minutes. But we do not have undergraduate school, but we have a graduate courses. We have, in fact, 7 graduate courses that help us in the research part. So basically our institute receives scholarships from federal and the state foundations, so most of our students have scholarships. And we are also be able to receive students from abroad. So if some of you are interested or have students interested in applying to study in Brazil, it's also a possibility. Basically, what we do is our course started in 1968, so it has a long history up to now. And to give you the idea of the size, I will show you some numbers of the students enrolled, graduated, and so on. And then I will show a little bit more what we do in terms of aerospace engineering exactly. So we up to now, up until 2013, we have graduated 2,396 students, 1,798 master degrees, and 598 doctoral degrees. So it's kind of long history now. And regarding quality, we are usually in the first in the country, second or third, is usually in the top 4 or 5 of the country. Because in Brazil, we have an evaluation conducted by CAPES, that's a federal agency, and they have a very complex system of evaluation, including publications, dissertations, and so on. And so usually our courses are among the best on that level. So the programs that we have a program in astrophysics, one in applied computation, in earth sciences, and we have the space engineering technology course. It is divided in 4 subdivisions that are almost independent. It covers space mechanics and control, combustion and propulsion, sciences and technology of materials and sensors, and engineering and management of space system. Also, we have a course in space geophysics, meteorology, and remote sensing. So we cover basically all the areas that the Institute is doing research. The graduate students are a very important part. We have been doing some statistics on that, and we see that most of our publication, something like 78%, comes from students. So students are very good, very helpful for us. Usually our master program is designed to take about 2 years. It's more or less similar to what we are proposing in the study here. So people spend 8 to 9 months taking classes, full-time in classes, and then they have about 16 months to complete a research, to prepare a thesis, and then defend it. And a thesis is always required. We do not have the option of only credits like you have in the US or other countries. For the PhD, the ideal duration is 4 years for the doctoral program. Usually people spend 12 months taking classes and then 32 months doing research. There is also a qualifying examination that we try to verify if the student is prepared to do research, if he learned everything he was supposed to learn. And by now, at least, it's usually a master degree is required to enter to the PhD program. So there are some exceptions, but it's not very common. Then a little bit more of numbers. We have we are always increasing the number of students, and you can see that from those statistics. We had from 68 to 2013, 2,515 students in total, 120 only in 24. We gave 1,909 master degrees, 82 in 2004, and PhD 26 degrees, 38 in 2004. And in the last 5 years, we had a total of 726 students graduated from INPE in all 7 areas. As long as professors are concerned, we have about 266 professors right now in September 2014. We consider permanent the ones that work in the institute and they spend a large time working on that classes. We consider collaborators, people that comes from outside, from other neighbor institutions, and they are not full-time working on that. So it's a large number for our standards because we have in the institute around 900 employees. So more than 25%, near 35% of them work as a professor in the graduate school, although the graduate school is not the main goal of the institute. As far as the students are concerned, we have now a little bit more than 500 students. Around 10% of them are foreigners. The number of non-Brazilian students are increasing now. We are having students from many other countries in Latin America and also some from Europe now. So our courses are getting a little bit more international in the last years. Something is wrong. Okay, I checked in the beginning.
Oh yes, now
No, it's okay. I can return.
But it's not in the screen.
Oh, it's not in the screen. Yeah. What they did is they moved it to the side. Okay, so going back, so we have about 10% students from outside the country, and this number is increasing now. And we are now enrolled in 525 students, and we're expecting to the end of 2014 to be 400, because people will graduate, and then you can start getting new students back. Regarding the space engineering technology course, that's more related to the discussion here, the course is divided in 4 parts. They are completely independent. One of them is even out in another city. And we try to cover topics like space mechanics and control in one division, combustion and propulsion in another one, science and technology of materials and sensors, and engineering and management of space system. In the option of space engineering, technology, orbital mechanics, and control, we cover topics related to astrodynamics and the control of space vehicles. So we cover things like how to determine orbit, how to precisely determine an orbit, how to propagate orbits, how to maneuver a satellite between 2 given orbits, and things like these, devoted a combination of astrodynamics and control. We also have some activities in thermal control. So basically we have some people studying how to control the temperature of a satellite also. The option in combustion and propulsion, they work on the development of propulsion, but not for rockets, but for satellites. So what they do is to develop different strategies, different materials, and so on, that you can be used to control the satellites, to put a propulsion in the satellite, an engine in the satellite. And the science and technology materials covers all topics related to materials that goes to the satellite, for sensors, for solar panels, and so on. So they do something, a little bit of chemistry and physics combined in order to provide materials for the satellites. The more recent option is concentrated in management of space system, and it's basically a system study. So they do a little bit more general study. They look at the satellite from the top, and they study how to manage the projects, how to organize things, how to divide the work, and basically they do the engineering system part of the work. So in the space mechanics and control that I'm more familiar, basically I have here a list of topics that we are covering. So we usually have an adaptation period of 3 weeks that the students go there. They have 4 hours class per day for 3 weeks. And in those times, we will decide if they stay for the master program or not. And they are also ranked in order of the grades in order to get scholarships. So if you have 15 students and the 5 scholarships, the 5 top one will get it. Basically, we cover introduction to orbital mechanics and introduction to the study of control system. And it's a mandatory 3-week classes. Without this, they cannot be accepted as a master students. If they pass, they are a master students, and then they are able to get scholarships depending on their classification. After that, we have some activities like seminars and workshops, usually 5 or 6 of them. The students can choose 3 of them. The seminars are mandatory, the others are elective. And then you have a very large list of topics. I did not include details of all of them, but basically you have a major concentration in orbital mechanics. Introduction to celestial mechanics is mandatory for all the master students, so they have a basic knowledge of orbits, orbital maneuvers, and things like this. And then for those who are willing to work on that field, they can usually choose 1 or 2 more of those topics. Basically, we usually have like, 12 hours of 10 to 12 hours of classes per week for 3 periods of 12 weeks each. And then they usually do like 7, 8, or 9 disciplines course, so they can have some freedom to choose. Regarding attitude control and orbit control also, they are a little bit together. We have a mandatory class on control theory, where we do the basic things of control, and then a large list of options that for people that are willing to work on that field are able to do, like adaptive control, analysis and design of digital control system, and so on. We try to cover, to have many disciplines, because we have students willing to do one or another thing, but usually they don't do more than 8 classes in the 9 months period. Design of multivariables and so on. Another concentration will be in thermal control. We have some people working on thermal control also in the same division of orbital mechanics and control. And they have a list of disciplines studying convection, heat mass, applied thermodynamics, thermal control, and so on. The idea is to give a basic background for the students that are willing to work on the control of the temperature of the satellite. Also, optional courses we have in graphical view, which means that we have some topics covering how to make graphics, how to plot trajectories, and so on. But usually they are only optional disciplines. Not many people take it. So basically, as a final remarks, I was able to show some graduate activities at INPE. That's not an academic institution, but has a very well succeeded graduate schools in 7 topics in this aerospace field. And we have been receiving good evaluations and scholarships from the government. So we are able to run a school with about 500 students and 250 professors, which is a kind of very good relation. So we have almost a 2 by 1, an average of 2 students by professor. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions? If that's the case,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So now we'd like to move on to the second part of this session, which is establishment and work of working group on education curriculum on space engineering. Now I'd like to welcome once again Professor Nakasuka. He kindly accepted to chair this discussion. So please, Professor Nakasuka. And please come to the podium, the panelists.
Sorry, I already installed.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
It's not there?
Yeah, maybe so I have one here.
You're Nakasuka. No.
No. So this is my formal presentation. So
Okay, you move it?
maybe, yeah, this one. Can I make a top? Okay.
This one, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so let us start. So our task is to develop the UN educational curriculum on space engineering, as Chisato said before. And she said that I'm kindly accepted, but actually I cannot refuse it. But anyway, I'd like to start. So from yesterday, so I met these, professionals in the world and to start a discussion about how to configure the educational curriculum on space engineering. And so up till now, we have something like first draft of this curriculum. So through this session, I'd like to show you the first draft which have been developed up till now, and we would like to have some comments from the audience or some professionals in the world, and then we'd like to refine this first draft. So that's my task. And maybe we can have maybe about 40 minutes and not so much time. So we'd like to quickly first go through the first draft which has been developed up till now. So the baseline requirements for this curriculum is something like this. So its level is something like a master course level education. And the total time for this curriculum is 9 months class lecture plus 1 year project based education. And it covers basic space engineering, not application areas, because already we have several curriculum in the application areas, such as communication, GNSS, and so on. So in this curriculum, we would like to focus on the basic space engineering. And maybe so this curriculum will be a kind of standard curriculum. So it's a kind of the standard curriculum, but so it's not fixed, strictly fixed, which can be flexibly modified by each institution who adopt this curriculum. And of course, the main target is a regional center. So this curriculum will be used at the regional center, but it's not restricted to that. It can be used as well in the other independent academic institutions. So the items to be determined in order to develop the curriculum is something like this. The first one, we should find out the scope. We should define the scope of the class lectures and the one-year project. For the class lecture, we should find out the coverage of the academic fields. And for the one-year project, we should find out the required elements to be included in the one-year project. And the second item is the subject of the class lectures. That means a more concrete subject name, such as orbital mechanics or attitude control and so on. The third topic is the level and content of the one-year project. The fourth one is a prerequisite for the course, for this course. That will be the requirement for the student to come into this course. So the student should finish something before this course. So that is called prerequisite. And the fifth one is how to implement the class lectures and the project. It is more concrete implementation discussion items. And final one, the schedule of the curriculum development. Okay, so I'd like to briefly go through all of these items one by one, and I'd like to ask you to give us some comments. Okay, so you give us some comments, okay? The first one is the scope of class lectures and the project. For the class lectures, we would like to focus on the space systems, but we would like to exclude launch vehicles because the launch vehicles has something security-like problems occur. So we would like to exclude the launch vehicle. But maybe the basic of a propulsion system should be included because it's one of the very important component of the spacecraft. So we'd like to include a basic of propulsion, but we would like to exclude launch vehicles. And the material or examples of each topics should focus on micro nano pico satellite because it's very related to the hands-on training, hands-on project in the second year. So we would like to focus on the micro nano pico satellite as a material example, but the subject does not restrict to that micro nano pico satellite. It's more general. It should be more general. Okay? And as to the one-year project, micro nano pico satellite type of the project or cancer type of the project. But some, not all the institute can perform this kind of the real hardware development project. So as that case, maybe the simulation-based project should also be accepted. Okay? And so these kind of things should be determined considering available facilities, funding, and mentor resources, and so on. So it depends on the institution who adopt this program. Okay, so is okay? So are there some comments?
Yeah, actually I have a comment. I'm not totally on the same page of this. I don't know what the audience will think. I think we're focusing too much on small satellites and actually space engineering, or if we want to target space systems engineering, which will cover a whole broad scope of the space sector. It's not only small satellites. Actually, small satellites is just a really small part of the space sector. So I think we should really take care that when developing these space engineering curricula, we don't just focus on small satellites. So with this, I mean, like, systems engineering really covers a lot more than that. So just in the scope, I think we have to kind of, oops, sorry about this. We have to make sure that it's too much focus on small satellites. I don't know what the people will think here, but that's my my input. I also think that the scope should be just to provide kind of like the basics to students, that when they finish this master program, they're able to work in a space project. So that means that they have actually gotten the basics of everything, that they can actually have the skills to go into details if then they want to do a PhD, or even in the project, they want to go more into detail. But I think the scope is just to give the basic skills and the overall space feeling on space engineering or space systems engineering.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Are there any comments? Yeah, please.
small sat or, microsat is only on the project. I think including systems engineering will be in the courses delivered. So we can have such a scope. And as an application, even if it is microsat, if we want to explore the space, we can do that with microsat as well. So I think we can cover all the topics of space engineering within the project, but doing it with a microsat because it's more practical.
Okay. Okay, please. So, please make memo.
Thank you. I am involved in one project with the European Space Agency that is called SEO, European Student Earth Orbiter. Part of this project is to provide some lessons to the students, but given by the experts of ESA. So I see that there are a lot of similarities, but it's proposed there. So it's not, they explain the basics, given some examples, perhaps in some larger satellites, but it's not so important. So they have a very clear view. Only, I think that is 3 weeks of lessons, intensive, 8 hours per week, and they cover more or less what is written in the slide. So I think that, as for example, in the European Space Agency, is doing in a similar way through real satellites.
So you want to include a real satellite, big satellite?
No, what I want to explain is that in this case, this educational satellite is not is a 20-kilo satellite, is not a CubeSat, but in order to provide some skills on background to the students of the different universities, they follow a similar approach that is presented in this slide. Means that I think that could be, is very similar approach that, for example, ESA is using for the projects that could be CubeSat or not only CubeSat. I think that is not what is happening right now. In our case, 10 of my students went to these cruises and they were very, very happy, and it was, I was reviewing right now what is the slides that they receive, and they are covers very similar contents that is you are proposing.
Okay, so I agree. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm just, we as a company in India, we get a lot of requests for internships and so on. We get more than 1,000 applications every year. So a lot of people come approach us and so on. So the thing is, I believe that there should be a grassroots level approach to this, because you should consider developing countries and underdeveloped countries, because first of all, they don't have the faculty who are trained in this, right? So you guys are in developed countries are good faculty who have a background in space and have done things. But basically for people who want to start up in space and don't have a faculty or a program running for them, making it, as the theme says, accessible and affordable becomes very important. So starting even a CubeSat project might be a really hard thing for a basic engineering or university in any underdeveloped or developing country, and also because the entire structure of university education is funded by the students themselves and not the state, makes it really hard to start up these kinds of projects. So what I would say is, in many countries like India, students themselves actually do this, putting their own money in. So if there would be a platform, for example, where this is directly approachable by a student instead of the faculty, because a student is probably more motivated than a faculty in countries like us. So it becomes very important in this aspect, as well as so projects like the CanSat or a classroom simulator what ESAU has developed if that could be put up on a website where the bill of materials along with how to build it is accessible to a student directly, I think that could really change the way projects are done in developing countries. So that's my personal view, because I've gone from being a student in a developed country, developing country, to studying in Europe and coming back. So.
Okay, so you have some comments from Werner about just questions or comments?
Yeah, I think I fully support what Marlene said, because you have to consider what was just noted, that this curriculum is basically to be developed for people of universities that don't have space education, maybe not in aerospace education. They may have a physics department, they may have a mechanical engineering department, and then they say, okay, we want to do space, but how can we do this with very limited resources? So I think the curriculum is to start from very basic assumptions, because you want to kick it off. And then, of course, later on, you can always get larger. So, but so start it at the low level and give people options to move up, and not start at the high level and then people can't use it.
Okay.
Can I just make a recommendation that we go through the presentation, because I think lots of the questions we're having here is actually in your presentation, so maybe we should go through the presentation and then have the comments afterwards.
Okay.
Just a thought.
Okay, so thank you very much. So then I'd like to go through. Okay, it's okay? So the next is a subject of the class lectures. And so we have, we already discussed with the, professionally in the world about what kind of the subject will be required in this curriculum. And as I said, the first 9 months is used for the class lectures. And these 9 months will be divided into 2 terms, and each of which will accommodate 6 to 8 classes per week. Maybe the one class uses 2 hours or so, and the times are 15 weeks. Okay, and so maybe the total number of the subjects will be maximum 16. So we would like allocate these 16 classes to the different topics. Maybe the first one is electronics and electrics. So this is a very important topics for especially the small satellite. And so maybe there are several topics, but I would like to pick the 4 of these topics would be very important: digital electronic circuits, electrical power system, and analog and digital signal processing, and the spacecraft communication systems. So this is just a candidate of the subject to be adopted. So the next one is aerodynamics and control engineering and material and structure. Maybe so there are several topics in each field, but we would like to have one lectures from each topics. Aerodynamics and maybe satellite attitude dynamics and control, and the material and structure. So including the structure design, mechanical design, and so on. And the third one is a propulsion system. I think it's also important. And the ground system design and sizing. And the very special thing in the space is orbital mechanics and orbital design, and the spacecraft space environment, and and also the some professional propose that within the first year we started a cancer type of hands-on education, because that should be very good basis for the next year's project. And the final one is aerospace seminars. So this is not a class lecture, but for example, the students will read some papers, international papers, and discuss about that. So that kind of the seminar should also be included. Okay, the third one is mission analysis and spacecraft design related topics. And there are many items will be categorized in this topics. And so maybe there are 2 or 3 class lectures to pick up several important topics in this area. So then we can constitute the total 16 subject. So this is the second part. And the third one is the level and the contents of the project. This is a 1-year project. And so we also discussed about that. What is the indispensable elements to be acquired for this 1-year project? First one is, first one should be included is the multidisciplinary design. It should be multidisciplinary design. And including some multi-criteria decision making and the trade studies. Also, system analysis is important, and the team working, not the individual, research, but it should include some team working, and that means some project management will also be required. And for the micro nano pico satellite development case, engineering model level development of a satellite is adequate, and that means the development of some subsystems plus AI and T. But a project based on computer-aided design is also acceptable because not all the facility, not all the institution can do such kind of things. So in that case, computer-aided design type of the project is also acceptable. Okay, and it should be flexible, as I said before, and the proposal of a customized plan from the institution will be evaluated and consulted by the international expert. Okay, so the first one is a prerequisite. Mathematics and science background is of course required. And the technical background and exposure to space engineering technology is also required. If applicants have no exposures, require that they complete the online course, such as a TSTI course, prior to starting the master course. And the bachelor, you want to say something? Oh, sorry.
So maybe you can bring the TV on again so we can follow the presentation. So the technical guys in the back.
Thank you very much. Just wait a moment. Okay. So, I'd like to continue. And the, this is a level is a master course, and so the bachelor degree in engineering, telecommunication, design, and science will be required. So this is one opinion from the experts. And the minimum knowledge to access the course is algebra, mathematics, and physics, and so on. So I'd like to go into more detail about the prerequisite. So mathematics, computer science, basic mathematical models and algebra, calculus, linear algebra, and differential equations, complex analysis, and so on. And the physics is another important things, and also the chemistry, some chemistry, basic physics, classical mechanics, and the electrodynamics, thermodynamics, and so on. And electronic mechanical engineering. So some part will be, taught in this curriculum, but very basic knowledge is required, such as circuits and control systems, basic knowledge, and so on. So this should be the prerequisite. And next question is how to, specify to the student, how to ask them to learn before, coming to this master course. And so one way is to specify some good textbook so that the student can read it and understand the basic things. And also we require some examination, so make student to take some examinations. Or some interviews in technological points and so on. So we should also consider about that. Okay, so the implementation, that should be the most difficult part. And how to implement the class lectures. Maybe we have been discussing that the e-learning type of the lecture would be adequate. And so the e-learning of volunteer professors, video lectures. So we'd like to ask some volunteer professors to, make some, for example, the 14 or 15 class lectures per one subject. And the United Nations side will make it on the website or something like that. And the student who take this curriculum will see this e-learning. So this is one way. But e-learning is not enough. After seeing the videos, maybe student have some questions, and maybe student needs some help. So how to support student in terms of the question and answer sessions, for example. And also another important thing is how to evaluation, how to do the evaluate. Okay, how to do and how to evaluate reports or examination. And for the project, each institution can make their own plan, which should be proposed to and evaluated by the international experts. So that kind of the flexibility should be included. So this is the implementation aspect. And the final one is the schedule. So this is already explained by the Chisato, but the deadline is February 2016 when this curriculum will be presented at the UN Corpus SCST. But next year we will have this meeting in somewhere, and the entire report will be presented at the next UN Symposium. So this is the current timeline. Okay, so maybe we'd like to have some discussion, and so if you have some comments from the panelists, yeah, please.
Just before, I wanted to mention, going back to making sure that we have a program that it's adaptable to emerging countries or like also developed countries. I think a model that works very well is the ISU. I don't know if there are many ISU, International Space University alumni here, but actually they really work on multidisciplinary projects. And sometimes they don't have the facilities or the labs or the technical requirements, but they still do amazing projects. So that could be some examples that we could take from the ISU, the type of projects they do, which are the minimum facilities that are needed, and that's something that we can bring into this curriculum. Because, as I'm saying, I did ISU, which is needed minimum lab requirements in our project, and I think you can really do amazing things. And so any place with just a room with projector and a minimum lab can do big things. So we should for sure look at the ISU program there.
Mm-hmm. So how about, just the regional center has such kind of a facility, right? But,
So, we have these 5 regional centers and very soon the 6 regional centers, but their status is very different. So they have very different equipment, development is very different. The most advanced right now is probably the one in India. Then I know it in India, for example, they already have a small satellite course. They do a 5-week small satellite course. No? But I think you should assume that no laboratories, nothing like this is available. No? But your curriculum is basically a syllabus, so that should outline what should be taught. And then how it should be taught, it could be a separate supporting document where you then can refer to, like online resources, like existing resources like EduSat, like, how you could cooperate with other universities, where there might be facilities that you can rent and so on. No? So I would put this then in a separate supporting document for the actual curriculum.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so are there any comments? Yeah, please.
Yes, I just wanted to briefly say something about the prerequisites. I think it's crucial that we orient the students before the program actually begins with the idea of space engineering. What is it? There are excellent students that know electrical engineering or chemistry or mathematics, but they don't know what space engineering entails. One of my recommendations is to actually require some online or introductory course 2 astronautics before the program starts. The reason for that isn't just to, number one, it gives some scope to the student, but also it provides justification for all of these areas that we require. They will understand, oh, okay, this is space engineering, these are the areas, this is how each individual course supports the field as a whole. I think that's absolutely crucial. I know there are some online introductory courses available.
NASA, for example, was doing one like a few months ago. So it's available, it's for free, you have NASA experts talking there, so it could be an option.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
I think I agree with you. Once, and another thing, for example, in CLTP, there is a very simple pre-exam before you apply to the program. I think there can be such a very simple pre-exam for selecting the students. And I mean, even if they do not know, it is not an synchronized exam, so there will be a number of questions from various fields covering the prerequisites, and then at least they will get involved with the topics while they are answering. So I I suggest that, and I like it in the CLTP program. I think it's very valuable.
Examination. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so
please go ahead.
Following up on that, I think the screening exam is appropriate, but it also would allow you to provide the necessary resources to them. So there's a list of, or a question about the resources, fundamental resources that they should, books that they should know. Depending on the outcome of the screening exams, then you could recommend what books they need to purchase, what books they need to study before they take the course as one entity. In the list of courses you have there, you had a course, you had aerodynamics. I think an appropriate title would be fluid mechanics. Aerodynamics gives the connotation of atmospheric flight, and I don't think you want to give that connotation. So fluid mechanics would be a better title for that course rather than aerodynamics. So, just one suggestion.
Okay, thank you very much. So, are there some comments from the audience? Okay, please, the letter.
Thank you, good morning. Jose Alonso from Mexico. I think a course or a subject should be included that would enhance the student's sensibility to the final client's needs on the ground, such as governments, private enterprises, private companies, because that reflects on the equipment that's finally installed, such as sensors, optics, etc.
Okay, so you want to include some lectures concerning your...
At least a course or at least a subject that would emphasize, sensitize the student to the needs. In other words, that's what we're working for, right? For the customer that's on the ground.
Okay, so that means it's something like a utilization type of the lecture, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to consider. Okay, please.
Dear Professor, I have 3 questions about the curriculum. The first is, since the basic space technology curriculum is multidisciplinary project, so how organize the supervisor or advisor for the students, for the master students, because different how to arrange or organize the supervisor or advisors to the students. The second question is the students' study period is limited. The question is, how we can evaluate the students' project works, because since the time is finished, the students need to graduate. But maybe the project work, because such as the management and the design work, test work, and other things, their work cannot be finished. So it is a problem. The third question is how to evaluate the students' academic works and the engineering works. According to our university experience, the professors' committee very care about the students' academic works. But you know, the basic space technology also include the engineering works, and maybe most of the works the student to meet or slow the engineering work. So it's a critical problem. I think there is better solution. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe so it's everything is related to the second year's 1 year project, right? Okay, and so I think we only provide some guideline for this project, and the main more concrete implementation will be proposed by each institution who will provide this educational curriculum. Okay, so maybe so it depends, because it depends on the facility or the mentor and student number. It depends on the many factors, and I recommend you to propose from your side, and maybe we would like to discuss, and through this discussion process we would like to define this project course. So that's my intention now. So maybe there should be many programs like what you just mentioned, and so we'd like to discuss. And before that, we'd like to ask you to propose from your side what kind of the project you can provide, project-based learning you can provide. So is it okay? So
yes.
This is my intention also.
Okay, yes,
Please,
I'm going to add a comment to that. It's clear that we're emphasizing the project. We're talking about 9 months of lecture and then a 1-year project. So the project is absolutely crucial. And we mentioned some of the elements, and I think the approach we want to take is to define the elements that comprise a successful project and then leave it up to the institution to find a way to implement that. For example, I think we should emphasize not just design and demonstration, but also modification based on that demonstration and then a final report. In other words, the student or the student team does some of that analysis and verification theirself. So it's not like they just do something, build it, and then leave. They're actually, one of the required elements is to do a project, demonstrate, make modifications based upon the demonstration, then write some conclusions in a report. It closes the loop a little bit.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
And also answering how you bring a multidisciplinary team, right, in a project and how you evaluate that. I think we should have a team project. That's my suggestion here, but still the student should be evaluated individually. So each student have a responsibility as a task, as when we work in the real world, this is how it works. Each team has its own task, and then it's part of a bigger project. So I think the students should be evaluated individually, but also as members of a team. So therefore, it should be easier to assign a professor per student, which is a bit of expert on that discipline, and then an overall team mark or evaluation. I think that's how it should be.
Okay, so.
Good morning, Luke Davis from ZSAT in the United States, also ISU. So I want to address something you mentioned earlier, because a lot of what kind of going around the bush here, there's a model very similar to this already in existence, and UND, the University of North Dakota, has been practicing it for a while. The International Space University kind of pioneered that. They still do to this day. So I would also hasten that you all maybe follow her advice and look at that model, especially when it comes to the academics first, and then the project that follows. In the summer program, it's very accelerated, right? And there's a team project. In the master's program, there's an individual project that each student has to do, and there's also a team project, which really is a multidisciplinary program. But that's not really what my question was, but it does relate to one of the challenges we have, especially in emerging countries, that ISU has to deal with as well, and sometimes we fail at doing this. And the big challenge is there's really two languages used in aerospace. The ICAO is English, right? We have to use English. And the other major language is Russian, for human spaceflight in particular. So we have these two languages, with English being the official language. But there's a very big challenge when you have a language barrier, where English is not the first language, and you have, like ISU, we use the TOEFL exam, things like that, with English as a second language, bringing students in. And I have noticed in the master's program I was in that it created a very large learning barrier for folks who did not have command of the language that all of the curriculum was instructed in, and how it was carried out, and being able to contribute as a team member, as a writer in the papers, and being able to present at IAC, all of these things. So I think that's something that shouldn't be overlooked, because this is a major challenge you have to basically overcome before we even get to this point, before you can start that curriculum. And this is something, my country, of course, we take this for granted. Most European countries, developed countries take this for granted, but when you talk about emerging nations, this is not a trivial matter. So I would just advise that maybe this gets some consideration as the language issue and how to overcome that barrier before you start the issue of engineering.
Yeah, Werner, please.
Maybe I use this opportunity to give you some more background about this curriculum, some more background information that you may find helpful. You know, one is about the 9 months duration, the 1 year practical. Why is this? When the regional centers were established, the idea was that the countries in the region of each center would nominate students through their governments and send them to the center so that they get education there, then go back to their countries and pass on that knowledge within their country. So there was a long discussion about the duration of these courses. You know, how long should it be? And of course, you know, master's program is usually 2-3 years, PhDs 4 years or whatever, but this was considered to be too long, you know. So that the people who put together the regional center said, this doesn't work. If we send a person for 3 years, they will not be able to come back, they will not want to come back. So the optimal duration that they said is, you know, if you do it shorter than 9 months, it doesn't work. So they said 9 months is probably ideal duration, and kind of all the curricula are built upon that. The 1 year practical, actually the idea was that people go back to their own country and do the practical project within their country. So it doesn't have to be done at the regional center. But you know, again, that depends on the capacities of the countries. In some regions, some countries may already have small satellite activities, and then the students go back to their own country and conduct it there. So you have to take this flexibility into account. Now, the other thing is about student selection. You know? So the regional centers, it's not like that, at least for the time being. I understand that people just simply apply and you can go there, but there's this nomination process. So governments nominate their students. And so, you know, the regional center may have no choice but to accept a nominated student. And so I think the prerequisites, it's very important so that the governments know what kind of people should you send there, what kind of person, so that that person can actually follow the course and be successful. Another thing I wanted to mention, you know, there will be no optimal education curriculum because the conditions are so different, you know. Some university, they will have clean rooms and all the professors, and they will build satellites or whatever. Another satellite is basically in the countryside, they have nothing, you know, maybe they have one CANSAT kit and so, and you know, they have to start up with that. So what you can provide with the curriculum is a framework. You know, it should be complete enough so that people say, what do I have to teach that the person who leaves this course can go into a job, can do something for his government, for his country. And then each institution has to tailor it, you know. But the curriculum is really a guideline. And I want to mention this is not only for regional centers, it's for all universities. And I think Professor Irmgard Mavo is here also. There are the space law courses in Vienna, and we used the space law education curriculum also to find out what we should teach, no? Because you can really, if you teach this course in your university, you can say, did we consider everything? Do we teach everything? Are there resources also that we haven't looked at? So it's very useful for all universities that are teaching that subject. I think that's very important also. And the language, that was a very good point. This education curricula, we do translate them, and in the UN there are 6 official UN languages. So it's English, French, Spanish, Russian, Arabic, and Chinese. And we try to translate the curricula in all those languages. Yeah? And I think we work on the space law, and the GNSS is available in 4 languages actually already. And actually the teaching at the regional centers may be in different languages. For example, the center in Jordan, they will be teaching in Arabic language. The center in Morocco is teaching in French language. And I don't know, Behang University, there might be Chinese courses, for example. No? So, and this is also a reason why we discuss the education curricula here, because these international symposiums, we go to all the regions in the world. So we were in Japan for Asia, we were in Dubai for the Arabic, Middle Eastern countries, and here we're in a Spanish region. So what we would like to ask you also is to provide us information on teaching materials, So the curriculum should be complemented by a document that says, there is this Spanish standard book for systems engineering available, and that's being used successfully in many universities. You might want to consider this. There are these Spanish online resources available. So this is the kind of input we also would like to collect. And if you use such material in your courses and you find it useful, please send this information to Chisato. She will collect it, and that will go together with our education curriculum. So these were just some points I wanted to make.
Thank you very much. Okay, so it's almost time, but...
May I ask a question here, please?
Yes, one question.
Just one, okay.
So I think that it could be also very interesting for the students to homologate this or to recognize this master with an official degree. So, because it could be much more attractive for the students if you can provide an official degree or including double diploma. Because if you have been recognized through this master that you have an official degree in Europe or in Japan or in the States, it's going to be much more attractive, and we can support a lot this kind of program. So my idea is, if it's possible in parallel, to find universities that they may join to this curriculum and offer official diploma, and I think that could be a strength this curricula.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very interesting suggestion. And so, how about
one question, please?
Yeah, please.
The 1 year that the student goes back home, how do you get the multidisciplinary aspect to work there?
I mentioned, this is how it is done in many of the centers in the space applications field, because right now there is no space engineering in the regional centers. No? And for example, what they do, the idea is that what they learn should benefit their country. So, for example, the people who study remote sensing, they work on remote sensing projects for their countries. I don't know, in Nepal, they may be working on slides, in other countries on flooding, in other countries about forestry and so on. So obviously, yes, for space engineering, you have to consider, is this workable or not? Or, can this be a CANSAT program, a CubeSat program, work on a subsystem? I don't know, you can make suggestions maybe, and then people can pick and say, these are the options I may have available, and they may come up even with another idea, not? But yeah, certainly something that needs to be considered.
Okay, so I think it's almost time, and so we would like to conclude this discussion now, and it's okay to continue discussion through email. And so if you have some comments or questions, please send the email to Warner or Chisato. You?
I believe everyone has some of our colleagues' email through the invitation letter. If you could send your interest to the contact you have, Varna, Sonia, Krian, or me. All information I will make sure to collect and then put it in one place. Is okay, Sonia and Varna? Or BSDI email address? To Varna, BSDI. To Werner Ballo. So yes, so if you have other address or not, could you send to the Werner's address and I will collect it. Thank you.
Okay, so please send some your comments or questions to this email address. And so if you have some final remarks, something, it's okay? Okay, so thank you very much for your kind cooperation, and we would like to conclude the morning session, and please go to the lunch where? The same place? Okay, maybe the lunch here will be provided in the same place as yesterday. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Good comments. Yeah. Sorry, I can't. It's okay?
I thought we had a special email address there, because then you would be copied automatically.
I wasn't aware actually.
Are you going to meet still this afternoon?
I think it's better to take a picture.
Because I was thinking you might invite people.
John?
Actually, as you said, because now we and
John?
I didn't write so long.
What is this one?
John, over there.
I think I have only called just now for today. Otherwise, I will never know how many.
John?
Okay, so John from KIT, please come. Yeah, sorry, photo session.
Yeah, no. Sandra should have the camera, right?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Or somebody in the team that you have a camera. I can take a picture. But Sandra is the one taking all the pictures, right?
Big Jill.
The ISU, yeah.
I don't know when they close it. It's
That's why I think they should really.
Yeah. Let me check.
The ISU,
Or I can tell them to check in that computer now. But let me call it to the.
So I just put my email address, just in case. Thank you.
Bueno, sí. Bueno, sí, uno, dos, uno, dos. Bueno.
subieras tampoco voy a usar el código. así que-
¿Vale?
Que aunque me subieras tampoco voy a usar el código. así que no-
Voy a poner el-
Hello.
¿Sí? ¿Sí? ¿Funciona bien?
Funciona bastante.
Sí, yo creo que se escucha bastante fuerte. ¿Sí?
Sí, suficiente, ¿no?
Sí, claro. ¿Cuál es que es el problema?
¿La presentación es mañana o?
Sí, mañana. ¿Sí? No, es hasta la tarde, así que ahí nos coordinamos.
Sí.
To push it and you have
This
it right
one.
here.
One. Okay. Good.
Perfecto. Excelente. Muy bien, pues estamos listos para empezar próximamente la sesión. We're getting ready to start the session. When are we going to start? Like in 5 minutes? Where? Yes.
To the lady in the blue dress upstairs. Do you have it or do you need it again?
I think you're the addendum in the program.
I'm the third.
The third. Let me see. Ingard. Okay, excellent.
Shall we sit or we can sit and we will invite?
I'll invite you because they don't want to sit here. They don't want to sit here.
For the presentation, it's
Yes, the presentations, give it to her.
okay, I gave it earlier.
So you see, I've been talking with my colleagues about the importance of your talk.
Yes, I discussed with them already.
Because what I'm going to say, you know, this area, is whether neglected or obviated. You see? That's why it's important. Exactly. So you don't see it, but it's there. Right. Hay que checar que estén ahí todas, ¿no? Son cuatro, son una, dos. Va a haber una más, me dijo Sandra. Van a ser 5.
So it's called Mexico 2014 Legal Issues, Werner Bayer.
Me dijo Sandra que había una más, pero hay que preguntarle a Sandra. En el programa son 4. Son ellos 4.
Medina con Gustavo Medina.
¿Tú también vas a presentar? ¿Quién es? Gustavo Medina Castro es...
Gustavo Medina es de la sección de globosas.
¿Eres de la UNAM?
Sí.
¿Tanco?
De la Facultad de Ciencias Nucleares.
She's here. Okay, excelente.
This is number 6, right?
Well, I can use my computer.
Déjame instalarlo. ¿A qué hora qué? ¿Qué le había dicho? Sí, pero entra al...
falta el de la UNAM, ¿ya está?
Ese es lo que él dijo que ya se las tiene uno de los que queremos que está ahí, si no puede por ahí.
Es lo mismo que la barata de su carpeta. Él mismo guardó todo eso, cuando le pones en esto y esta carpeta de trabajo, que le genera todo un número de sesión. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. You see that, but I making sure. Because sometimes you lose time reading. Werner is the first one. And I already read his this CD, right? Yeah, you forget. Yeah, I already read it yesterday. ¿Sabes qué? Yo no. Como estamos atrasados, lo que voy a hacer es decir, esta persona viene de tal lugar, porque si no leemos tantas cosas, nos quita tiempo eso más que la presentación. No, yo voy a decir lo mínimo. Lo mínimo voy a decir, él quiere que sea lo mínimo, es muy importante. Le digo, claro, es lo que voy a hacer. ¿Tienes una? Le voy a decir a Roberto que te mande a hacer una.
Yo voy a tratar de poner incluso.
Good afternoon, the participants. We're going to start the session. And my name is Arturo Serrano. I'm going to serve as chairman. And we're going to try to make this session as smooth as possible because you understand that after eating is not an easy session. Okay, so we're going to start our first presentation. And Dr. Bernard Barlow, who was introduced before, is going to be our first speaker. Welcome, Werner.
Thank you very much. So my presentation will be about legal and regulatory issues of small satellites.
Let's see, and this is working now, very good. So, you know, on the first day I told you about the role of the Committee in the Peaceful Use of Outer Space and about the role of the Office for Outer Space Affairs. And one thing I mentioned was about the Outer Space Treaties, what's basically commonly known as international space law. And out of this space law, there are some legal and also regulatory obligations that also small satellite developers and builders should adhere to. And the purpose of my presentation is to make you familiar with what is out there. So let's talk about international space law, the outer space treaties first. So there are 5 United Nations treaties on outer space, and they are listed here. The most well-known is the Outer Space Treaty, so which is the most broad one, the most general one, was ratified in 1967 and is ratified by 103 countries. And then there are 4 other treaties, so-called Rescue Agreement, that deals more or less with the return of astronauts who had emergency landings or who have been in emergency situation, but also with the return of space objects. So if you find in the backyard of your garden the upper stage of a rocket or something, you know, you should inform the United Nations, and the United Nations should take care that this piece of space part is being returned to the launching state. Then we have the so-called Liability Convention. We'll hear more about this later. The Registration Convention. So there's actually an obligation that you register each space object, and a small satellite is a space object, with the United Nations. And there's the Moon Agreement. You can see that the ratification and signatures for these treaties vary widely. So the most general one is the Outer Space Treaty. But then you see that the Moon Agreement is only ratified by 15 countries, and there are 4 countries that have signed it. And Professor Mabo has reminded me to notice or to note that Mexico actually has signed all the 5 treaties. So they're party to all the 5 outer space treaties, which is, of course, very exemplary and something we'd like to see with more countries in the United Nations. In addition to the outer space treaties, there are also so-called 5 UN principles on outer space. So these are General Assembly resolutions. They are not obligatory or binding, and they're not really so relevant for small satellite builders, but I just show them here for completeness. Now let's go to the Outer Space Treaty. So the full title of the Outer Space Treaty is Treaty on Principles Governing the Activities of States in Exploration and Use of Outer Space, including the Moon and other celestial bodies, and bodies is missing here. So, you know, a treaty is something that's binding, and treaties are usually signed by countries, by member states, and once they are signed by member states, and especially when they are ratified, they're really binding. And the issue here is also that the discussions about outer space activities was of course done in the 1950s, in the 1960s, on the understanding that space activities are only conducted by states. So the treaties, of course, refer to states. States sign the treaties, but you will find that also for non-governmental activities, there are certain articles in those treaties that are relevant. So Article 1 of the Outer Space Treaty says that exploration and use of outer space should be open to all countries. So each country actually is invited to join in the exploration and peaceful use of outer space. Article 2 talks about non-appropriation. This is, you cannot own the moon, you cannot own an asteroid or anything in outer space. It's not like here on Earth that you can grab an island and say, this is part of this and that country. That's not possible in outer space due to this Article 2. Article 4 says that there should be no weapons of mass destruction in outer space. So in the 1960s, we really had active programs to deploy, for example, nuclear weapons into outer space, into orbit. These things were actually developed, they were tested. And once this Outer Space Treaty was ratified, of course, they had to demote these programs, so they were kind of stopped. What's important is Article 6, international responsibility for national activities in outer space, and I'll talk more about this later. International liability for damage, that's in Article 7, and it's also very important. So, this was the time when US and Soviet Union started to launch many rockets. There were rocket launches nearly every other day. And of course, many other countries were concerned. They said, what if this rocket hits my country and my citizens, they are hurt or there's some damage or so, who will pay for that? And this is taken care by this liability article. Then there are other articles about jurisdiction and control of space objects, and that there should be cooperation and mutual assistance in case there's some kind of emergency situation. This is, of course, about manned space missions mainly. And there's an article also about installations on the moon and other celestial bodies. This was, of course, done in the knowledge at that time that there was the moon race, so the superpowers were trying to get to the moon, and there would be people on the moon very soon. Now let's talk about this Article 6. And Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty says that states parties shall bear international responsibility for national activities in outer space, whether such activities are carried on by governmental agencies or by non-governmental entities. And it also says that activities of non-governmental entities in outer space shall require the authorization and continuing supervision by the appropriate state party of the treaty. So it's very important to understand that article. So if you are a university or a private company, you cannot simply launch a satellite. You need to have the authorization of your country, of your government. And actually your activities have to be supervised all the time. And of course, the reason is here that member states were worried, when suddenly a lot of companies or private citizens launch rockets and satellites, and what happens if these things collide or they hit Earth and there's damage? How will this be regulated? So they put this article into place, and it says it is the member state of the United Nations that's responsible for national activities. So, when you at your university say we launch a satellite, you have to go to your government, to your member state, you have to find out who's the responsible person, and you have to get the authorization that you're actually authorized to conduct such activities. That's very important to understand. There's another issue here, the liability. So let's say you build a satellite and you launch the satellite. You launch it on a launcher that goes into a sun-synchronous orbit, and slowly your satellite comes down. And, by accident, your satellite hits another functional satellite, or hits the space station, and it creates damage, or it hurts an astronaut. This is where Article 7 comes into place. It says their liability. And there are actually two cases of liability. One is the so-called absolute liability. So if the damage is on Earth or to an aircraft in flight, so this is usually when you launch a rocket, you're absolutely liability. You have to pay for whatever damage you cause, and there's no limit to the damage. If you have a nuclear payload on your rocket and it causes huge radioactivity in a big area, you have to pay for that. you are responsible for the damage. And in outer space, if your satellite hits another object and it is determined, this we call the fault-based liability, that it was your satellite who hit another satellite, caused the damage, it is your country that will be responsible for the damage. And this is why we have the authorization and supervision. So countries have to be aware that they will be liable for any damage, even if you have a university satellite and the damage is caused by a university satellite. So this was the Outer Space Treaty, and then the other 4 Outer Space Treaties, they basically define in more detail the articles of the Space Treaty. For example, the Liability Convention talks more about this liability, about the damage that I just mentioned. So absolute liability is more clearly defined there, fault liability. It is also the meaning of terms like damage, launching state, which is being defined here. And it says if you actually have a case that there was a damage, how these negotiations should take place between the member states concerned. So that's the Liability Convention. And again, here the details about the absolute liability and the fault-based liability. Luckily, to date, the Liability Convention has actually only been activated twice. So this was in 1979 when Skylab, American Space Station, was re-entering the atmosphere. And I still remember at that time, this was a lot on the news because there was also a danger that Skylab may be re-entering over Europe and maybe hitting some countries in Europe. Eventually, it was re-entering over Australia, and I think no one was hurt or there was no damage. But at that time, NASA said, if something happens to you, if you have damage because of the re-entry of the Skylab station, you can come to us, come to the US government, and the US government will pay for any damage that has been caused. There was a second case in 1978, a Russian space satellite re-entered atmosphere over Canada, and that had a nuclear reactor on board, and that caused some radioactivity in Canada, luckily in an area where no people lived. And there was a lot of negotiations for several years about this, and eventually the Soviet Union at that time paid some of the money for the radioactive cleanup in this area, which was then actually not under the Liability Convention. It was a bilateral agreement. But these are 2 examples where at least the Liability Convention in some form or another came into play. And there were some other instances when member states provided information on re-entering space objects under the Liability Convention. This was, for example, the deorbit of the Mir space station and some other incidents involving satellites. Now, the issue was, of course, with this liability, how do you determine from which country, what is the launching state of a space object? And for that purpose, the Registration Convention was put into place in 1976. And it says basically you have to register your satellite with the United Nations. And the Registration Convention, in particular Article 6, says it defines what kind of information you have to provide to the United Nations. So first of all, it's important to know that when you launch a space object, the registration has to be done through your government, through the member state. So you cannot simply, as university or private company, write to the United Nations and say, we just launched a satellite. It has to go through your government, or usually through your foreign ministry. And Article 6 of the Registration Convention then defines what information you should actually provide to the United Nations. And it's very limited information, because also in the 1970s, the superpowers were not really interested to provide so much information about the space objects they launched into outer space, because some of the space objects were, for example, military space objects, so they tried to limit this information. And then the Registration Convention also says that once a country launches a satellite, it should actually put into place a national registry of space objects launched into space. And I think we have up to today about 24 countries who actually did this, but there are about 60 countries who have launched space objects. So not all launching states have established a national space registry. So for you it is of course important when in your country you have a space a small satellite project, for example, you need to find out, is your country a party to these outer space treaties? And how do you do this? You can actually go to the website of the Office for Outer Space Affairs, and we have a database there, and there you can check if your country is party of these treaties and to which treaties. So this is useful information. Well, what also happens is this, of course, international space law, but then within countries, the aspects of international space law are usually implemented through national space law. So when you have a space program, space activity, it's also good to check if within your country you actually have national space law. And for that, the Office for Outer Space Affairs has also established a national space law database.
Okay.
It's not fully complete because it's based on the information we receive from member states. But it can be the first information for you if there is national space law in your country and how this may apply to your space project. Professor Mao will probably talk more about this. There has been a working group on national space law, and there was a special General Assembly resolution 6874, that talks about recommendations on national legislation relevant to the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. So this may also provide some useful information for you. And part of the work of the working group actually resulted in a table with recommendations of categories, regulative categories that should be part of national space law. So you see here, for example, that national space law may define in more detail the scope of application, the procedures for authorization, licensing and supervision, the registration procedures, procedures regarding liability and insurance and so on. So if you have a national space law, that may already provide you the information to who you have to go to make sure that you are not in breach with all these obligations and legislations. So let me talk more about the registration of space objects. So I mentioned already the registration convention. So if your country is part of the registration convention, you should register your space object under the registration convention. However, if your country has not signed the registration convention, there is still not really an obligation because it's not mandatory, but there's a United Nations General Assembly Resolution 7021B, under which all member states are asked to register their space objects with the United Nations. So even if your country has not signed the registration convention, you should register your space object under this General Assembly resolution. And I show you two examples here, how such a registration looks like. It's a very simple document. It's something you as space satellite developer need to provide, let's say, to your foreign ministry, and the foreign ministry then provides this information to the United Nations. And in this case, we can see it's just a 2-page document, a registration example in conformity with this General Assembly Resolution 7021B. And it's actually an example of an Earth observation satellite launched by Thailand. So you see, it's a very short document. This is an example, registration example in conformity with the registration convention. And this is actually by the Russian Federation. And of course, the Russian Federation has signed and ratified the registration convention. And they usually launch several satellites or space objects within a month. And so they provide this kind of information in form of a table. Within the Office for Outer Space Affairs, we also maintain a database. We call it the Online Index of Objects Launched into Outer Space, and you have the URL here. And you can go there, and you can actually look up all the space objects launched since Sputnik. So you will even find Sputnik there and all the other objects, and it will tell you if those objects have been registered with the UN or not. So you will find many objects that have not been registered. Right now, I understand we have about 93% of all space objects registered, but there is still a large number of non-registered space objects. And you have seen, we have a lot of CubeSats. So alone this year, I think we learned we have 180 CubeSats launched, and many of those are also not registered with the United Nations. And so one of our tasks and one of the purposes of this symposium is to talk to you and to assure that your small satellites are being registered. So this database is very useful, so you can find all kinds of information there. Space debris and non-functional objects are not included there, but there's a lot of other additional information that may be useful. Yeah, about the registration procedures, I've already mentioned it. You have to go to your government, usually to your foreign ministry, to have this registration done through the United Nations. There's a very interesting document, so AAC 105 C2 L225. The document is called Practice of States and International Organizations in Registering Space Objects. So if you want to know more about how different countries do this, you can find information in this document. There are two other relevant UNGA resolutions about registration of space objects. There's one on the application of the concept of the launching state. You know, sometimes you have the situation that the launch is from one country and the satellite is from another country, and maybe the person who has procured the satellite is from another country, and then you have to figure out who is actually the launching state. And this General Assembly resolution provides some advice to you. And there's General Assembly Resolution 61-101. And as you have seen, the registration convention has very limited information that you should provide to the UN. And member states realized it's much more useful if you provide additional information. And so under this General Assembly resolution, the Office for Outer Space Affairs prepared a registration form with the recommended information that you should provide. And more member states are actually using this registration form. So that may also be helpful for you to find out what information you should provide to the United Nations. And just for your information, there are about 17,000 space objects in orbit tracked right now. Of those, there are about 4,000 registered with the UN. And of those 4,000 registered, 1,300 are still operational. So there are only, from the 17,000 objects larger than 10 centimeters in outer space, only 1,300 actually working. And it brings us to the problem of space debris and space debris mitigation guidelines. So we already had some discussion about this, but as you have heard, there's a real danger because there's a lot of debris out there, and debris is basically non-functional space objects. So either a satellite that has stopped functioning, part of a satellite that has disintegrated in its parts, and so on. But usually you cannot control space debris. And because space debris goes with a very high speed, so it goes with about 7 kilometers per second or higher, if that space debris hits another space object, maybe a functional space object, it's a big problem because it can destroy another satellite or, for example, the space station. And that this debris is a real problem. You can see here, for example, from the Hubble Space Telescope, we brought back the solar arrays with the space shuttle. And then you could look at the solar arrays under the microscope, and we find out that there are thousands or 10,000s of holes in this solar array. So there's a lot of small debris out there. And it may only be very tiny, 1 millimeter, or even then less 1 millimeter, but it can cut through a solar array, like you can see here. And on this next slide, actually here in the middle, you can see a crater. That's actually the crater that was caused by a paint flake in the window of a space shuttle. So what they did is they brought the space shuttle back, they found this crater in the window, they took out the dirt from this crater, and they figured out it was actually the paint from a rocket upper stage. So a paint flake can cause that kind of damage. So just imagine when you have an object like with 1 centimeter or 2 centimeters, it would go right through such a shuttle window. That space debris is a big problem shows you these graphics here. So you can see from 1956, from the beginning of the space object, there was of course no space debris, no artificial space debris out there. And then today in 2010, we have these nearly 17,000 objects that I have mentioned. And the problem is that a lot of this debris comes from fragmentations. So we had a few incidents where satellites collided with each other, or they were brought to disintegration through some other means, and that caused really an increase in space debris. And there's actually a report from the US National Research Council of 2011. It says that actually, we are already in a very difficult situation. The worst situation would be if we reach this situation that's called Kessler syndrome. It means, with every collision of two space objects, you create more debris. And that more debris can again collide with other space objects. And that, of course, again causes the creation of more debris. And so we may have a runaway reaction, and actually in certain orbits we may create a debris cloud that will prevent us from future space activities. So the worst situation may actually be that around planet Earth we have so much debris that whatever object you launch, it will be hit by this debris and may actually prevent us from conducting space activities in the future. And some people have said, or some model calculations show us, even if we stop space activities today, we already may have reached these turning points, and it may already be necessary to remove objects from outer space to prevent such a situation from happening. So a lot of space agencies are looking into this problem right now. Now, of course, we have to do something against this, and there's a special committee, the so-called Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee, and they have come up with so-called space debris mitigation guidelines. So they say the first step to prevent space debris is to mitigate the creation of new space debris. And this is where, for example, this famous 25-year rule comes from. We've already talked about it. So if you launch a space object, after the end, or at the end of its operational lifetime, it should be deorbited back to Earth or deorbited into a graveyard orbit within 25 years. These guidelines are not mandatory, but most space agencies adhere to them. And on the basis of the IDC space debris mitigation guidelines, the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space also issued space debris mitigation guidelines of the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. And they are kind of a toned-down version of the IDC debris mitigation guidelines, and they're listed here. So, these are things like limit debris release during normal operations, minimize potential for breakup, and so on. And whatever space program or space activity you're involved with, it's also advisable to adhere to these rules. The committee is also working on other issues. I mentioned to you this incident with nuclear power sources, with nuclear reactors. So we are working closely with the Atomic Energy Agency to talk about this kind of issues, but usually this is, of course, not of concern for small satellites. I should finally also mention that small satellites are a big topic in the committee right now. We have an agenda item that's dealing with the long-term sustainability of outer space activities, and of course, small satellites, they are a big topic there. And actually this year, the legal subcommittee requested the Office for Outer Space Affairs to develop, in consultation with the ITU, an information handout on issues relevant to registration, authorization, debris mitigation, and frequency management with respect to small and very small satellites. And we are just working on this handout right now, and we hope to present the first draft to the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee in February 2015. So concluding remarks, the most important message I have to you: all space activities, including small satellite activities, should be conducted in full compliance with international legal and regulatory obligations in all of our common interest, because if we do not adhere to those guidelines, there may be no space activities in the future. So we should all have an interest to adhere to those. And to the extent possible, also with established best practices and guidelines, such as the space debris mitigation guidelines. What's also important for you is there are legal and regulatory obligations not only at the international level, but there may also be those at the national level, and you have to be aware about those. The discussions on long-term sustainability of outer space activities are ongoing in the committee, and it's important for the small satellite community that you are also aware about these discussions where necessary, that you can contribute to these discussions. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Werner, for the very informative and excellent presentation. We're going to allow questions at the end of the session. Okay? So I'm going to invite the next participant, the next presenter, which is Camilo Guzman Gomez. Camilo is from Colombia. He's director of the Research Group on Public Law at the University Sergio Arboleda in Colombia. He's member of the International Institute of Space Law, master in Public Law at the University Montesquieu Bordeaux, professor of International Law, Constitutional, Administrative, and Space Law. He has participated in various space-related conferences, and currently he's director of research projects and space policy, and event organizers of space policy in Colombia.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. First of all, I want to thank the organizer, UN, CICESE and the Mexican agency, space agency. I'm very grateful to be here. Secondly, I'm going to talk after the very good presentation that Werner did about space and control and supervision of small satellites. I know we don't have a lot of time, and Werner did a very well job for some topics, so I'm going to try to be fast as I can. We're going to see first an introduction. After I'm going to try to make the different perspective about the supervision and control that states have to do over the small satellite missions. First of all, as Werner says, every small satellite, regardless of its size, is a space object. That is very important to say, because yesterday when we talked in the last panel, we talk about small satellites. We say we don't know if small satellites or microsatellites are satellites that could be governed by space law. But in fact, for the law, international law, every satellite is a space object. And every launching of a small satellite to outer space is a space activity. So we have to apply and use the space law and the UN treaties, and especially the Corpus Juris Specialis that Werner showed to you all the 5 treaties. Sorry. As Werner says, if we saw the international perspective, states should bear international responsibility for the national activities in outer space. Doesn't matter if it's from public organization or private organization, and also the state have to assure the continuing supervision and be sure that the small satellites in this case are in conformity with the provision of the treaty. I don't know what's this thing to this. Well, I have a problem with my presentation. It's not. No, but don't worry about it. Since the international perspective, yes, I'm going to try to do it without the presentation. Since the international perspective, you have some obligation like peaceful use of space. You have also to avoid interference, harmful interference, and avoid also the contamination of the space. So about space debris is a very important obligation, not only for public organization, but also for private organization. If we look since a national perspective, the most important is that these small satellite project, university projects, etc., are make state liable for the damage that those small satellite can do. For instance, CubeSat can collide with the International Space Station, and you can imagine the cost for a state to pay the price of this damage to the international countries who lead the project of the International Space Station. So any damage caused by a satellite, small satellite from a private entity is governed by the Liability Convention. And the continuing supervision is a mechanism to prevent accidents and interferences. Also, since the national perspective, as Bernard said, the state has to do the registration of the space object. It's only the state, who can do this registration to the UN. And from the private perspective, trying to be in the other side, not only talking about supervision like we did in the 70s and the 80s, but more in a new approach of the supervision, I think the role of the state is fundamental, and we're going to see a case of study of the University Sergio Arboleda Libertad 1 mission, because we have many legal problems and issues. So the supervision and the control and the accompaniment of the state can be also an impediment to the development of the activities, or it can be the guarantee that the project is not only accessible and affordable, but also possible. Because, as somebody said yesterday, sometimes when we do a space project for a small CubeSat, microsat, etc., we saw the cost of the satellite, but not the cost of the managing after the satellite. But sometimes we don't know, or normally we don't know, the cost or the legal cost or the legal issues that can be in this kind of project. I don't know what is doing that. So the supervision can be very important, and in my point of view, it's necessary to have also a general regulation of space activities in the country, but also specific regulation for small satellites, because small satellites are different, and you cannot necessarily impose the same obligation to the universities and small companies, startups who are trying to do some small satellites than the biggest one. But if you put too much regulation, it's a problem. For instance, if you demand very important fees to registration, very important fee to get some radio frequencies, you can, as a state, you cannot allow the people and the universities in your country to get and to have space projects. In the other side, if you don't have any regulatory background and framework, you also can do that your project or the project of your universities or private entities is not possible. And we're gonna see that with the case we saw. For me, it's very important that in the new management, administrative management, public management, we have the notion of public value. I think the agencies, the space agencies, the state space agencies, has to be a space public value for the small entities, private entities, universities, NGOs who are leading these small satellite projects. That means that they have to be a companion, they have to make a regulatory framework that helps this institution, but at the same time that respect the international law. So for this, the state have to make a regulatory framework regarding the transfer of technology, because you have many problems with that. Also with the insurance, because it's very important cost of a project. And you have also to do many regulation about exportation, and you have to do some regulation about taxation and everything. We're going to see the case of the Libertad 1 mission that we have in the University Sergio Arboleda. The Libertad 1 was a one-unit CubeSat project. It's a project led by Raúl Joya at the University Sergio Arboleda. At this time, Colombia did not have any specific space regulation, did not have a space agency, it didn't have ratified any United Nations space treaty. We didn't have anything at this moment in Colombia, but somebody, a researcher, wants to make a satellite with educational purposes. And he started. He did a very well project, and the technical preparation was very good. We have some help from Cal Poly and from Cesar Ocampo, from some people to say that's very interesting that in Colombia you have a satellite and everything. But they didn't think on the legal aspect of the project. They ignored this aspect. That's why after I start to be interested in space law, because they asked me, we work here, we need some help because we have big problems. What were the problems? Normally it was there, but it's not that complicated. The problems were many. First, you have anybody to talk in the government. You say, we are doing a satellite. Who can help us? Nobody. Nobody, because you have nothing in your country. So, can we register our Libertad 1? No. Can we make the registration now? Because the UN, you have only, or they only receive the state registration. Normally you have to register your satellite in your country and your country in the UN. So our country, our satellite is still not registered in the UN. We are doing that because now we ratified the registration agreement in Colombia. But at the beginning we tried to make the registration, it was impossible. To search some radio frequencies was impossible because nobody knows about that. When we buy some technology, in fact was the solar cells, we have problem with the FBI because of the ITAR. So the limitation of the traffic of armament regulation. And so you have the FBI saying, what are you doing? Why are you buying those kind of technology? And nobody knows, you know, like engineer, what is the FBI? What the FBI is doing with me? And then when we finally didn't put the solar panel because it was impossible because of the ITAR and the investigation of the FBI, we tried to export our satellite to get in Cal Poly and to get all the vibration and everything examination before the launch and then for the launch. And it was impossible to export because in the form of exportation, nobody did that before. So it was impossible to export because you don't have any case that say satellite or space technology. So during many days, they have to wait to a response for the border administration to say how we do send this to the United States because it's impossible. So without any regulatory framework, it's very complicated to make a good project. So that's why we have, or the administration, the agencies have to find a good balance between the regulation, a good regulation to make allow to an accessible project to make small satellites, but at the same time you have to have a minimum of regulation. Without regulation, it's very complicated. We did it in Colombia. It was really complicated to try to do a satellite without any regulation. It was really a nightmare. And then, as always, the lawyer arrived after the problem, and it's very complicated. It's always before. That's why, in my conclusion, I can say that the state are responsible for space activities concerning small satellites. It's very important, as Werner says, it's very important that everybody, NGO, university, anybody, thinks that it's a space object and is governed by a space law. And that the state has to supervise, we can change this word if you want, but accompany and to be a partner of this institution to ensure that this project can be real, can be possible. And the second conclusion is the regulation of the small satellite must be access to the special technology and to do the project affordable, I did say, and accessible, but also legally possible. And the last one, and maybe it's more a recommendation, is to, when you are trying to do or you are making a project, you must have a legal management of this project, even if it's a small satellite, even if it's a CubeSat. I don't say necessarily a legal management by a lawyer. Can be somebody who knows space law, and to be sure that you respect the radio frequencies obligations, and you respect the registration, and you respect everything done. So when you are doing your project, always, please, think in the legal aspect to be sure that your project is possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Camilo. Our next speaker, Dr. Ingar Marbo. Professor Dr. Imgar Marbo is Professor of International Law at the Department of European, International and Comparative Law at the Law Faculty of the University of Vienna. She's the head of the Austrian National Point of Contact for Space Law for the European Center for Space Law since 2009. And she's been participating in the development of many recommendations and documents, important documents in space law. She has recently organized a conference on small satellites, chances and challenges, at the University of Vienna, and will be editing a volume under the same title.
Thank you very much for this very kind introduction. It's really a real great pleasure for me to be here with you in Mexico for the first time. I thank the organizers very much for having invited me to talk about legal issues, and I'm glad to have had such brilliant speakers before me, so that I really can limit myself to some more specific aspects of what has been more broadly explained before. And I'm supposed to concentrate in my presentation on authorization aspects, so I don't talk about the liability a lot or registration, but authorization of small satellites, and then under national space legislation, so which was mentioned briefly, that it's not only international law, but national law is relevant, and how can you approach this when you are designing a project? What does it mean for you? And I tried to put this alongside 3 questions, to concentrate on the 3 questions or issues. First, to answer the question, why do small satellites need authorization? I can be very brief about that. This has been touched already. The second, details about authorization, who, where, and what. Let me see the watch. And then some examples of national space legislation to show how some states have actually implemented those authorization issues. So why do small satellites need authorization? It has already been mentioned twice. I'm glad Werner and also my previous speaker mentioned Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty. First sentence says, there is international responsibility of states for governmental and non-governmental space activities. So the state is responsible for assuring that national activities are carried out in conformity with the provisions set forth in the present treaty, so the Outer Space Treaty. Second sentence is giving an explicit obligation even of states to authorize and supervise non-governmental space activities. This historically was a compromise between the Soviet Union and the United States. The Soviet Union didn't want to have private space activities at all. So for also the ideas that, it's too risky, too dangerous, and also, private activity in outer space could not be accepted. But the compromise was, yes, it is allowed, it should be allowed. The United States were pushing for also private activities, and the compromise was, yes, it should be allowed, but under strict, when we say authorization and continuing supervision by the appropriate state party. The second sentence of Article 6. Conclusions, briefly, they're my last slide on this first. So first, states are internationally responsible for space activities, both by governmental agencies or non-governmental entities. So these are the terms used in the treaty. I would go a little bit more into detail or turn your attention to that difference. What does it mean, governmental and non-governmental? Governmental space activities is the idea that the state must and can directly control or influence its entities, agencies, and subdivisions. So it's perhaps not necessary to have a specific authorization procedure, because it's anyway an internal affair, internal business. The state is supposed to know what its entities are doing, But I write nota bene, the Latin word for be aware and take note, that not always has the central government, because it's a central government, certainly the federal central government, we are not talking about provinces and whatever, subdivisions. The central government does not always have the competence or power to do that because of internal legal competence divisions. So sometimes, and perhaps even more often than not, there is a lack of information and or communication between the different governmental entities. So there is, in fact, an advice to also introduce authorization for governmental space activities, to identify one state entity which authorizes also governmental entities, that there is a center of competence, so to say, that you have the different provinces, they know they have to go to turn to or the agencies to turn to one entity or at least a few federal entities. So there is an advisable authorization also for government. In fact, we have seen that states of the United Nations often include governmental authorization in their space laws. And the second, of course, non-governmental activities must be authorized. It's already written explicitly in Article 6. So there is an explicit obligation, but it is also, and I must say, in the interest of the respective state, because states, perhaps government, do not always like to hear that they have to do and it's obliged by international law, but it's in their own interest. Perhaps that's more convincing, perhaps sometimes to them, to ensure safety, reliability of space activities, and also the safeguard of their national interests. So it's in their own, let's say, even self-interest to authorize space activities, not necessarily only because it's mandated by international law. So I can come already to my second question. Now, details about authorization: who, where, what should be authorized. Actually, the details are regulated in national law. And there is a large variety of national laws applicable to space activities. Werner already told us how we can start our investigation by accessing the UNOSA website, database. There are several possible ways of gathering information. But due to this vast variety, the UN COPUS Legal Subcommittee has initiated a new agenda item in 2007 called General Exchange of Information on National Legislation on the Peaceful Exploration and Use of Outer Space. So this was a very long title concerning exchange of information on national space legislation. We want to know more, what do states do in this area. And they established an agenda item of a limited period and a working group between 2008 and 2013 or 12. And for this working group between 2008 and 12, I was the chair. I had the opportunity to chair this working group. So I can tell you what were the results of this general exchange of views on national space legislation in COPUS. There are some documents I have here enumerated on this slide, and I hope you can access my presentation later on, that you can retrieve those documents because they are quite voluminous. Our report of the working group has some 30 more pages, but it gives you a good overview what states have actually contributed in this discussion. They made presentations, they gave written information about what is the legal situation in their countries. So, and we also gathered, you find that the documents, you can access them on internet, and there are some reports structured. So really a very important and I think interesting source of information. We elaborated a set of regulative categories, and I'm glad that Werner already showed it on the screenshot how this was done. It was an annex to the report to identify the different categories. And another outcome was a great achievement. I'm very grateful to the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs to have made this possible. Some people worked on it and produced a table. It's a schematic overview of national space legislation, and it's really a synthesis of the various acts and space acts, and easy to read. So that's a great achievement. The table is always very easy to handle, and it should be and remains a living instrument, as we called it, so it will be updated regularly. So the last, you can find it on the OSA website as well, the last one of March 2014. And then I would also like to mention that the work of this working group and the agenda item resulted in a General Assembly resolution called Recommendations on National Legislation Relevant to the Peaceful Exploration and Use of Outer Space. So as a message to all UN member states, not only to INCOPO's members, a little bit less, like around 70, but we have 193 members of the United Nations. So everyone, the General Assembly recommended to every state certain aspects of national space legislation, which was, we were very happy about this achievement and give some publicity to the work of the legal subcommittee of the UN COPUOS. Well, now what to the substance? What was the outcome? You know, who, where, what? Now the questions, who has to apply for authorization and where? So of the exchange of information, we saw that there is a territoriality principle at first. Operators of space activities taking place on the territory of the space of the state should apply for authorization. That's a practice. Second, personality principle also applies. So operators of space activities that are nationals of the state also have to apply. So that's even if there is the territory not clear, or you have perhaps this territory in the state has not ratified the treaties, then there is a personality principle of companies and natural persons. But there is a possibility of multiple authorizations because of this, so the recommendation goes that coordination, cooperation should help to avoid duplication and unnecessary burdens. So this is also the word of the resolution, to avoid unnecessary burdens and duplications, but still be sure that authorization is done by the territoriality principle or personality principle. Who is the competent authority? Well, this is very diverse. We saw that there are sometimes even national governments representing the Space Council, the full government, but more often it's different ministries or delegated entities or space agencies. What kinds of activity need authorization? Because interestingly enough, Article 6 does not define what is a space activity. So we had to discuss what do the states understand by space activity. So we collected the information and came out with the launching of objects, operation and guidance of space objects, but also application of space science and technology, design and manufacturing. So various possibilities of defining what is a space activity. So the conclusion goes also the launch, operation, etc. of small satellites is a space activity. Last slide on this, I think the conditions, we gathered information, what do states usually ask for to give out the authorization, the license. Safety, of course, proves, you have to prove safety, that the life, property and environment is protected, professional financial qualifications of the project operators, that they really know what they are doing and that they have the required finance. Space debris mitigation is very often or usually included, even if it's not mandated by international law, it's very often included. So we see that really has a hard law obligation now in national laws. Frequency registration should be proven often. The national security interest, that's a little vague, so there's a discretion of the government to say, well, we don't want this because it perhaps hampers our security interests, in particular with remote sensing activities, or foreign policy interests. So that's the more, discretional part of the government. This is sort of the summary of who, where, what should be authorized in our work of the UN. So a huge variety of states have responded to our requests, and we have discussed for many years in this legal subcommittee. So I can end my presentation with some examples, which are perhaps interesting here. Mexico, national space legislation, United States, Canada, I thought would be interesting. And then coming from Europe and coming from a small country, I would like to make a short note on our recent development in Europe, on relatively small countries, on small satellites. I have even written an article on that because it's interesting that here's a development going on, that these states have recently enacted fully fledged space laws also to cover, in particular, small satellite projects. So Mexico, what about Mexico? Well, I've searched in our reports and schematic overview reports, database. No, Mexico has not yet communicated to the United Nations information about specific national space legislation. So they say, well, we don't have a space law. I have put here, emphasize specific, because it doesn't mean that no national law is applicable, but specific national space legislation apparently is not there. Still, Mexico's international responsibility remains. So what is perhaps a way out in this situation, that authorization and supervision can be done via grant and cooperation agreements. We have seen that and see it still in practice of Germany, for example, Italy and other countries that are very active in space. They also do not have national space legislation, but they say, well, we are still working on it. We know we need it, but it's difficult to get it through the parliament in the process. But we work on the basis of grant agreements. So they often want money from the government or from the space agency. And so in these agreements or cooperation agreements, there are a lot of conditions, and they reflect quite accurately what is in the international law requirements, so including space debris mitigation, for example. So they implement it via these agreements. However, it's a risk, because if such an activity takes place without governmental money, so they don't ask for money, the state might not even know what is going on. That happens actually in Austria. So we had 2 CubeSats. One was funded by governmental money, with the other from independent university budget. And the risk is that the government does not know what's going on. But in the end, remember, the state is responsible and liable also. So there is a risk, if you don't have a national space law, that the state is not even informed. And there's no fine, no punishment of not informing the state. Now, if you have a state space law, there is, of course, usually punishment of violation of that law. In Austria, several thousand euro to pay if you don't notify, if you don't inform the government of your activity. So there is a risk, but that can be remedied by operating with these agreements. And also general tort law is applicable, of course, if something goes wrong. State liability law is applicable. And telecommunication law also applies, in particular for frequency allocation. So this is also a way some states, and I will show you the example of Canada, for example, where it's mandatory to get frequency license, and this can also be used for an authorization of space activities. So this about Mexico. Then United States. There is a lot of space law existing, and it has been quite really a daunting amount of different acts and very difficult to overlook. So there was an initiative to restate, so to say, the American US space law, and they succeeded in 2010 to reformulate, restate the various space acts, including the NASA Act, Commercial Space Launch Act, as amended, Remote Sensing Act. So in Title 51, so we have a new title now, particularly dedicated to National and Commercial Space Program in the United States Code, the USC. So that makes life easier. So now, I think you still need a lawyer in the US system, or at least a legal expert, if you plan your project, but it has really become more accessible, more easier to understand. Then, of course, Title 47 still applies, the Telecommunications Act and others. What is the outcome, and let's say also the self-representation of the US in the different fora, is that they don't have one unified National Space Act, but they have different activities regulated in different acts. such as launch and operation of satellites in one act, remote sensing in another act, communication in a different act, and also different competent authorities. So in the US, the FAA is the competent authority for the launching authorization, the NOAA for remote sensing activities, and FCC for frequency registration. What is about small satellites? We have an author, fortunately, in our book, forthcoming book, and he was not making a presentation, but he already submitted a paper. What is about small satellites? Well, there's a possible licensing, and also actually I wanted to draw your attention to this book of Ram Jaku, a smaller, let's say, first start, small satellites and their regulation. Also here are some reflections on US and Canada space law, so that there is a possibility of licensing and licensing burdens if the small satellites is in the public interest. But it's still at the discretion of NOAA and FAA. But for the FCC, I want to draw you to attention for the frequency allocation. They have made an effort, it doesn't show, to clearly address the small satellites community on the public notice of March 15th, 2013. Guidance on obtaining, guidance on obtaining licenses for small satellites. And they say, well, institutions such as universities and the research organizations that previously found it cost prohibitive to launch their own satellites can now participate in the exploration of space. But many of these participants may be unfamiliar with the spectrum licensing, scheduling, and other requirements attendant on satellites. And they give you 5 or 6 pages, it's not very complicated, guidelines how to do the frequency registration. In particular, they say, well, it can be experimental, it can be amateur, but also the third, normal frequency registration possibility. So 3 categories, more or less, are possible. But you can read it as a reference for further research for those who are more interested. And now Canada, briefly, there is not the Comprehensive Space Act, but the Space Agency, Canadian Space Agency Act. So that's frequent that a space agency is established via law, and in this law, a lot of regulations are included and implemented. So that's serving some of the purposes. But there is a specific Remote Sensing Act and regulation. So these particular remote sensing activities are under scrutiny by the Canadian government. They really want to know what's going on remote sensing. The others, if you look in the outer space, they do not so much care, so they have not applied this law. But as I said, the Radio Communications Act is definitely applicable, so there is sort of no way out. So in Canada, you must get this frequencies license. So conclusion for Canada is license required for remote sensing activities, also when carried out by small satellites. Canada does not license satellites funded and operated by governmental agencies, so this was one explanation sometimes why they haven't licensed some other activities besides remote sensing. And the frequency registration is necessary also for small satellites. Just as an example, I found it interesting to show Canada what kind of conditions do they ask. So it's interesting that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is charged with that, and they have conditions on national security, defense of Canada, safety of Canadian forces, Canada's international relations and obligations. And more in particular, keep control on the license system, not permit any other persons operate the system, raw data and remote sensing products made available to governments of sensed countries within a reasonable period of time and on reasonable terms. This is an international strong recommendation by the UN that if you sense another country, you should also give this country the possibility to get this material. So this is in the Canadian Space Act. And keep control of raw data and remote sensing products. And I think the last one is interesting that they made the space debris mitigation requirement as part of the remote sensing license. So dispose of satellite at the end of its lifetime in accordance with the disposal plan. So require this. So I think that's interesting. On one hand, no comprehensive act, but here very specific conditions on remote sensing. Now the last 3 states, as I mentioned, in Belgium, because Belgium was really the front runner on this new, very comprehensive Space Act. So they really covered, as the law says of 2005, Belgian law on the activities of launching, flight operations and guidance of space objects. So it's understood as a comprehensive Space Act. And, however, there was an uncertainty whether Belgian law would apply to small satellites due to the lack of maneuverability and controllability. So is the small satellites really an operation of a satellite? And there has been, uncertainty, and they actually amended the law this year and say, yes, it should be covered. So also if the object is not maneuverable, there is an operator, namely the operator is deemed to be the person who has ordered the delivery in orbit of the space object. So to make clear that Belgium law is applicable to small satellites. In the Netherlands, the discussion is also going on, but not yet finalized. At the moment, they do not license small satellites under the Dutch law, which has caused several problems to private companies who didn't get a registration for their satellites, and the launch provider required registration by the home state. So they actually couldn't get this contract if the Netherlands does not register. So you see there are certain mechanisms who drive then countries to reconsider their policy, and probably Netherlands will reconsider the policy in the near future. And the Austrian, the last one, was in particular drafted because of the CubeSat projects, TuxSat-1 and Unibright. And so here the actual initiative came from the builders of the satellite, Otto Kudelka, the professor at the University of Graz, the engineer, sort of the space technology expert. He said that, well, I've heard about registration, insurance, what about authorization, and nobody knew, as my previous speaker said, well, nobody knew, but then the process started. So it started really from a concrete project on a small satellite, 2 small satellites that the Austrian Space Act was actually developed and acted in 2011. And there is one specific advantage for small satellites, their insurance obligation, which is usually there. This can be waived for satellites in the public interest. And these are often educational and research satellites, so they don't have to pay insurance. Others, commercial satellites, do have to pay insurance. So this is the most tangible signal of support for small satellite programs, that you waive certain conditions, but on the other hand, you do have these conditions in place. So with this I can end, and I thank you very much for your attention. I gave a brief overview of existing national space law on authorization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amgar. I'd like to invite Attila Matas for the next presentation. Mr. Matas serves as head of the Space Publications and Registration Division in the ITU Radio Communications Bureau. Since 1993, he is responsible for the processing and publication space systems and Earth stations submitted for inclusion in the coordination process of recording in the Master International Frequency Register. He holds a radio engineering degree from the Czech Technical University of Prague.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mexico, for organizing this excellent symposium, and on behalf of ITU, I can confirm that we were very happy, not hesitating even 1 minute when we heard about preparation of this symposium to come, and that's why we are here to help not only to Mexico but to all participants. I'm in quite easy situation because the predecessor, the 3 speakers, prepared for me really a nice parquet for speaking, and I can recognize that first time in my 25 years history, I heard that the administration, like a gentleman from Colombia, was speaking about mistakes and errors publicly. This I really recognize, and I'm ready to help to avoid all the mistakes. And because you were so open and nice, I'm sorry, I will use your case several times in my presentation to help you and to say that it's a missing of understanding that everything, at least from the frequency, regulatory part, is available for Colombia, and there are no secrets. Everything is public, free of charge. That's why, as of now, what I will say, everything is free. I am not charging for nothing. I too, and our team is considered very frequently that we are space police, but I have to say we are not space police. We are nice people. We are happy to cooperate with everybody of you. That's why don't hesitate to contact us. Just I have to look, where is the remote? Where is the remote control? But he promised to me. Sorry. Okay. There was a remote. Sorry? Like this. Okay. In my presentation, I would like to reply to the most frequent questions from the CubeSat, smallsat operators about obligations, which services, how much it costs, what needs to be notified, when, how, and the future of the smallsats, how we see it from the ITU Radio Communication Bureau. One of the most frequent is if it's obligatory to follow the ITU radio regulations. I can tell you very nicely, yes. Like Werner told that the CubeSats are also space object, I can say that whatever is the size, a small CubeSat, 10 centimeter, 1 meter, 1 kilogram, 1 ton, small university team, or a big space agency, everybody have to follow the radio regulations, because if no, there will be chaos, there will be harmful interference, and we are obliged to protect the good players of the radio arena, because please don't forget, there are not only CubeSats, not only satellites, there are radio astronomers, there is a terrestrial service, broadcasting service, mobile phones, everybody is using the spectrum. That's why we are not talking only about the small, nice, very dynamic group of small CubeSat team. Let's have a look quickly, just a comparison of the UN treaty and ITU, because a lot of people say, we have an outer space treaty, we have UN, we have COPUS, do we need even ITU for something? We say, yes, ITU is celebrating next year 150th anniversary. Okay, the frequency started around 1903, but still, we are 150 years there to protect the interest of the telecommunication users. And if you compare the three basic outer space treaties with the ITU instruments, we can see immediately that in ITU we guarantee like the free exploration and use of international the outer space. For us, it's the equitable and rational use of frequency spectrum under international law, which is the ITU radio regulations. For the responsibility and licensing, we say yes, states must license transmitting station. This is again an obligation and shall not cause harmful interference. That's why this is the jurisdiction and controlling of the space object. We don't have in the ITU regulations liability for the damage. That's why if we were transmitting of your small sat, you will create a problem which you will not create a problem with a transmission. After then, you are not liable. But the liability is when there is a hit, when there is an access and hit of the space objects. I'm repeating, the radio regulations are legal bindings. All ITU member states, all 190 member states, signed, ratified the ITU radio regulations. That's why the usage of spectrum and orbit resources, and this is out of question that all member states have to follow the ITU regulations. There are two main concepts. It's the frequency block of allocations and defined radio communication services. Please don't forget, we will come back to this several times, allocations and defined radio communication services. Objectives of the radio regulation is to facilitate equitable access and rational use of spectrum, to ensure protection from harmful interference. Again, all users who invested millions, hundreds millions of dollars or whatever money have to be protected, and we cannot accept if a small satellite operator who will say, we are only small and we are a poor university and this will be only for half year and we are launching a satellite. And if this satellite will create interference to a NOAA satellite which is on the same polar orbit, launched on the same flight, let's say, or to other systems, this is unacceptable for the international community, and for this we have the radio regulations that we will not allow the usage of the spectrum by small sat users who are not following the radio regulations. And we have also cases where we have to assist in the prevention and resolution of the cases of harmful interference, and I can tell you that it's quite frequent. Quite frequent, we have cases of harmful interference where the system cannot be used, and after then there is no other way only to use the detection methods, to use the monitoring system to find the cause of harmful interference and ask the member state to eliminate immediately this harmful interference. The radio regulation facilitates also effective operation and provide regulation for the new technologies. This is mostly for lawyers, just as a joke, that please understand that the law of physics, that the radio waves don't stop on the national borders. This, I hope it's clear for everybody of you. And it's really possible communication between different countries, different services, and there is a very high risk of the harmful interference, in particular in the space, because today, right now, your satellite is above you, 20 minutes later is about Japan, half hour later it's over Europe, etc., etc. That's why the space objects are not controlled only by the territory or the administration which launched. The space objects are orbiting around the globe. There are the situations when we look, sorry, there is no laser beamer. There was a laser beamer before, but okay. I would like just to show that what is the situation with the non-geostationary satellite situation. No, the laser before, at lunchtime, who was here, the predecessor told me that there is a laser beamer. Took it away, but okay. Okay, no problem. Just to say that, you have one, sorry, thank you. Thank you. That this is your small satellite. And what can be done, that there is a feeder link and there is a user. There are other systems, geostationary systems, other non-geostationary systems. And I will show you with the red lines the interference, what can be created by your CubeSat. First, you can make interference from your CubeSat to the Earth station, which is working with the geostationary. After then, you can make interference to the terrestrial system, to other non-GSO system, to the geostationary system. From the geostationary system can make interference to your Earth station, your Earth station to the Earth station of the geostationary, to the terrestrial service, to the users. That's why there are so many sources of interference, and to take it seriously, there is always an interference. The question is only what you are ready to accept, what is the permissible, what is the acceptable, and what is the harmful interference, which is endangering operation of your system. And for this we have the radio regulations. Radio regulations is in fact controlling the interference based on the agreement with the users. And how to control the interference? We have 4 basic approaches. First is allocation. One satellite, one frequency, other satellite, different frequencies. Certainly if the 2 systems will be on different frequencies, quite away from each other, there will be no interference. The other is the power limits, to protect the terrestrial services, protect the other space services, protect the GSO from the non-GSO services with different power limits. After then, regulatory protection. There is a limit which is saying what is the maximum level for the non-GSO or GSO satellite not to create interference. And if all will fail, there is still a coordination meeting between 2 administrations. They sit down and they agree which part of the spectrum who will use, and to agree what will be the acceptable level of interference. Because one is the radio regulation, and somebody can say, I can accept interference, okay, interference will be close to my border, but on the area where is my university in middle of Mexico, let's say, there is no interference, that's why I accept these 2 satellite systems to work all together. Just now go to the allocations, what we discussed before. World from the radio regulation point is divided to 3 regions. Region 1 is Europe and Africa. Region 2, we are there, the Americas, now North and South America, and region 3 is the Asia-Pacific region. And we have allocations, exclusive allocations. They are for worldwide general interest. Exclusive allocations are, let's say, the FM broadcasting band, 88 up to 108 megahertz, or TV bands, or AM radio bands. That's why general public worldwide interest is an exclusive allocation. No other service is allowed to use it, only this service. Or there are shared allocation, which is the most space allocation, because I don't know if you recognized, space came to the international regulatory arena in 1967. Before 1967, there were only terrestrial service, broadcasting and other terrestrial services, and even the first Sputnik and others, they used some frequencies on the best knowledge, 40 mega, 20 mega, others, but there was no space regulation. This started only from 1967. That's why the space allocations, there are some general global space allocation, but mostly the space allocations are sharing the bands with the terrestrial application. That's why, again, we have to follow the rules. There are services, which is a primary service, and after, which is an owner of the band, let's say, the frequency band, and there are services which are secondary services in the band, and the secondary services shall not cause harmful interference, not claim protection from the primary service. And after then, there are also several footnotes in the Article 5 allocation table, which is restricting to which country, which service, and from which date the regulation is used. This is just a sample for you because I see here that the amateur satellite service is used as a antibiotics, like a penicillin for the CubeSat operators. When the CubeSat operators, they don't know what to use, they go, amateur satellite service, this is a free service, we can go there. First reminder, please understand, there is no free frequency band. All frequency bands are regulated, and the amateur satellite frequency band is not a free band. Same, the ISM is not a free band. If somebody thinks that because I have at home my Wi-Fi, I can use the Wi-Fi frequency band as my CubeSat downlink frequency band or frequency assignment, it's a big mistake. That's why ISM is also, first of all, it's not at all a telecommunication service, but it's not a free band. The other band which is used by amateur satellite service is, let's say, the 430, 440 megahertz band, and there you see there is no amateur satellite service directly in the table. There is only the magic footnote 2A2, which is telling in band 435, 438, amateur satellite service may work under non-interference base with other services. That's why, again, just to repeat, the only one primary amateur satellite service is the 144, 145 megahertz with several restrictions. The ESM is really, by definition, is excluding application of telecommunication. That's why this is, again, a big mistake. Who is using the ISM frequency bands or ISM equipment for telecommunication? This is like taking shower from the radiator. There is also hot water. But this hot water is used for heating, not for taking a shower. For a shower, you use your normal shower in the bathroom, not connect your shower equipment to the heating system in the radiator. That's why be careful with this, because really the ISM is industrial, scientific, medical, for domestic or similar purposes. If it's used by Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, other things in the buildings, it's okay, but not to put the ISM equipment to the space. This is completely illegal and against of the rules. And for this, please be careful. Let's say one of the most common mistakes in region 2, where we are now, is that CubeSat operators are very happy to use the 915 megahertz band for the CubeSat operation. I am asking you, where is here a satellite operation? There is nothing. There is amateur, yes, but amateur terrestrial. It's not amateur satellite allocation. And there is this magic footnote of 550, which is the ISM band. That's why several CubeSat operators say, yes, we take the ISM band, we will use it. But, okay, you can use it under 4.4, the magic footnote 4.4, but it's telling immediately administration shall not assign to a station any frequency which is derogating the table. That's why it's a shall, with an exception that these frequencies will not create harmful interference. But it's very difficult to say, because I can have a radio astronomy station, I can be a professional with a very large Earth station, 20-meter dish, and the CubeSat with 100 milliwatt or 1 watt can every 90 minutes create for me a tremendous interference. And if this operator is without any discipline, this can be there for other 10 years, and I will be totally upset and writing to this administration, what is this? That's why we have to be very careful with the consequences of non-proper use of frequency bands by the CubeSat operators. The cheapest solution is not always the best solution and can be very, very costly with the consequences. There are some frequency bands which are recommended to use for small satellite, and particularly this is the amateur satellite frequency bands. There are much more if you look to the Article 5 of the radio regulation. There are bands which are recommended for the Earth observation, again the small satellite. We are speaking about small satellite club here, the big players, NASA, ESA, JAXA, others, they know which frequency bands to use, but I'm speaking about the small satellite users. This is same for the Earth observation downlink bands. Details are again in Article 5. Now I would like to turn also to the cost recovery. There is cost recovery fee when you ask for the registration in ITU. For the API, it's a decent amount, 570 Swiss francs, which is roughly equal to US dollars, and notification is roughly 7,030 Swiss francs. There is no cost recovery for amateur satellite service, but under condition that the Article 25 of the radio regulations is fulfilled by the CubeSat operator. That's why it's for educational, strictly non-commercial purposes, narrow band. That's why please forget if you create your CubeSat with active sensors, cameras, and you would like to download megabytes of data every day, the amateur satellite band is not for these purposes. The amateur satellite band is 2.5K narrow bandwidth, narrow band operation for specific purposes. If you wish to use it and you fulfill Article 25, please use it, but again, don't try to use it as a penicillin antibiotic for your purposes, because the equipment is cheap, antennas are cheap, everything is cheap, amateur equipment you can buy, you don't need to build nothing, and certainly you put your CubeSat as a Lego all together, boom, done everything. And you don't need to use maximum screwdriver. But this is not the correct way. If you think about business, if you think to offer your service, if you think to go to internet market with the pictures, whatever, Article 25 is prohibiting to use the amateur bands for these activities. The other thing is, again, if somebody is thinking that the experimental license is the penicillin, other penicillin for a sick child, or to use the satellite for the CubeSat satellites, yes, okay. It's experimental station and experimental license, but this experimental license have to be associated with a service, because this is only a license. Please don't misunderstand, let's say, the FCC statement, which was by Professor Marble stated before. Yes, it's very nice, but it's an experimental license. And you have to tell to us which service you are going to use. First of all, this is a big surprise for the CubeSat operators when we say, and it's in the radio regulation clearly stated, that the experimental station is not an amateur station. That's why the experimental stations cannot use the amateur bands, because the amateur satellite bands are for Article 25 stations. That's why experimental stations have to use Earth observation, space research, whatever band, but not amateur satellite bands. Plus, experimental stations cost recovery is applicable, because only the amateur satellite service has no cost recovery, relaxation of cost recovery. That's why usage of the band is very restricted. Let's say experimental station, in fact, if the amateurs, YARU and the amateur community will protest, they cannot use, let's say, the 2-meter band because the amateur satellite service is primary, and as an experimental station, you cannot claim protection and you cannot make interference to other services. That's why if any amateur satellite or amateur station will say, this experimental station is making for me interference, you have no other option, only switch off your satellite, and your satellite is nice piece of metal flying in the space. This is the reality. Please be aware of this. That's why there are certainly restrictions and limits on it. Now the question is, what have to be notified? Certainly, any space object which is capable to cause harmful interference have to be notified to the Bureau. Again, to protect the others, the good players who fulfill the radio regulations, who send the notification. They are protected. That's why to protect them, we need to know about others, and we can instruct others, don't use this frequency, don't use this frequency, don't use this service area. That's why it's a must, any space object which is able to create harmful interference to be notified to us. The space object used for international communication. That's why if your CubeSat is flying and you say it's an amateur band, that's why it can be used for any radio amateurs in any countries, it's part of international communication. That's why you have to notify. And certainly one of the biggest recognition, I think, for the CubeSat operator is when their CubeSat frequency assignments are recorded in the master register. That's why they gain international recognition. There is one thing which is important. Before to start the notification, you have to, I'm sorry, I had a little bit longer time expected, but okay, I try to do my best. Probably there will be a shorter coffee break. Sorry. The API phase is obligatory. Just I say that I came from Geneva 30 hours, not for 15 minutes presentation. This was our agreement with the organizers to give me 1 hour, including the workshop. But okay, I will not take 1 hour, don't worry. There is the API is obligatory. That's why the advanced publication information, which is a general description of the network, it's a must. This you have to submit without any question. There was a dirty trick by the CubeSat operator for several years that they came immediately to the YARU, they asked for a frequency. When they got from a YARU a frequency, they were so happy, nothing happened. They don't launch the satellite because they got a frequency from YARU. Why they have to go to ITU? Why they have to go even at home for a license? Nothing. It was really the good era of totally uncontrolled situation. Now the situation is changed. As of this year, we received a letter, ITU from YARU, that the YARU will not give a frequency assignment because in fact they have no right to give a frequency assignment in the coordination process if there is no API. That's why if you don't send API to ITU, YARU will return back your CubeSat application because say where is the API for the CubeSat, which is a mandatory requirement by the radio regulations. Now we go to the simplified process quickly. That's why you submit the API. We have maximum 3 months to publish it. Maximum 3 months. It's within 1 up to 2 months. During this time, when you submit, you can start with the YARU to discuss, and when the API is published, you submit to the YARU the complete file with the API number and reference. This can be the time that you can start even to discuss about the launcher, others if you are in very hurry. But during 4 months, there will be period for comments to your API from other member states. And you are discussing the contract. After then, we publish the API B, which is the results of the comments of all affected satellite networks, which your network will affect. When you solve this within 2, 3, 4 months, you can come with the notification. That's why if we look to the whole process, 4 and 3, 7, minimum 2 months, it's 9 months. That's why I am asking now publicly, when I hear all this crying of the CubeSat operators that the ITU process is slow, costly, and very old-fashioned, administrative, I don't know what. Is it long, 9 months, free of charge, if it's an amateur satellite service, to be able to notify your satellite? 9 months? I would like to raise a hand of somebody who say, yesterday I was dreaming and in 9 months my CubeSat was flying already in the space. It's possible, but probably 1, 2 per year. That's why we are at the end of the process, and this process can be maximum 7 years. That's why you can start to dream now about your CubeSat. You can send it, the API, and you have 7 years to bring it into use. It's not a must. That's why you don't need to send 7 years in advance. This is the maximum what you can send the information. But you can send also several months before your launch. But after then, you have to be careful with the requirement, the regulatory months, which are mandatory. Let's go now how to do it. There are several software tools, again free of charge. I'm sorry, there is a small delay. We expected to distribute to you, to all of you, a CD-ROM with all the software and everything what I'm talking now. Sandra, probably tomorrow, Friday, you are promising, before you go home, because we created the CD-ROM specially for you. That's why I hope you will receive it. With all the things what I'm going to tell. That's why after that I'm going to show you very quickly how to use these tools. What's up to now what I mentioned, everything is free. You can download the ITU radio regulation. That's why to my friend, if I can call him friend from Colombia, the radio regulations with all frequency bands, it's not secret, it's not hidden, in 6 languages of the Union, like in outer space. Even in your mother tongue, Spanish mother tongue, you can download and everything is there, free of charge. We have a support page. I have several stuff talking whatever language. That's why in the support page, all the presentation, help files are there. And the ITUR recommendations also there, free of charge. Now, a little bit to speak about bad boys, this is the statistics for the CubeSat, and for this year, our filing is showing we are on 175 satellite filing this year, APIs for small sats. But look for the years and look for the statistics what was presented today morning. There is a serious problem. More as 50%, I guess 70% of CubeSat operators never ever send their obligations. Somebody can say, yes, and what's happened? Nothing happened. It's not true. We have several problems when there is a reporting of interference, that there is every 90 minutes noise level is up. There is a glitches, different spectrum problems from objects which are not identified. That's why certainly when your CubeSat will be once detected, even it's 5 years flying, but it will be detected as creating interference. From this moment, even if you have a Gloriola, Facebook, whatever, that you are the first in your country, it has to be switched off and it will turn to the piece of metal flying in the space. I'm sorry for this. This is just, again, information for you that what Werner mentioned also. If you look, this is the other statistics, what are used as an apogee and the power. And if we look, around 700 kilometers, it's really coming to the red. This is only the small sats. That's why from this it's crystal clear that there is an absolute high concentration of small sats on the 700 kilometer orbit based on our database. But this have to be fixed because really there is no need for the CubeSats, which are more as 50% dead, to remain on the 700 kilometer orbit, let's say polar orbit with NOAA and other Earth observation satellites for other 25 years. This is a serious hazard for the good, correct players of the space arena. For this reason, I'm happy to hear that the COPUS will take action and introduce a serious code of conduct on it. The last two slides are related to the ground segment, because it's very funny. When the CubeSat is launched, after 2-3 months, mostly the CubeSat operators, they are over the happiness and they forget about their CubeSat. But they have to build also Earth station, tracking station. There is an obligation to switch off if there is whatever happened, your satellite. And there is a problem because, let's say, once per day for 10 minutes you are able to listen your CubeSat only. And who will wake up 3 o'clock morning, Sunday, instead of going for a disco to listening to the CubeSat, which is overflying the country just to download the data or send up some TTNC codes? For this, some clever CubeSat operators, they start to create a distributed network to receive data for different CubeSat operators. We say regulatory it's possible, but this has to be properly adjusted. You cannot have a CubeSat with a service area of your country, let's say Mexico, but the data will be collected when the CubeSat is overflying Spain. That's why you have to adjust your service area, you have to adjust the agreement with Spain and other countries over which territories the CubeSat will be active to have a download data. Everything is possible, but it has to be done correctly under radio regulations. Other thing is, I just say that it's strictly prohibited today under law to do a remote control. That's why I am operator of CubeSat from Mexico, and I will uplink, transmit over internet from country XYZ. This is today under international radio regulations strictly prohibited unless you agree with the country where is the uplink station to have a concrete, strict agreement. There are cases. There is a Bright, the Austrian Bright has a Earth station in Canada, has an Earth station in Warsaw, Poland, and this is an Austrian satellite managed from Graz. Everything is possible. But you have to do it cleverly to make agreement with the Canadian administration to say we will have also one uplink in Canada, one uplink in Poland, and include Canada and Poland to the service area of this Austrian satellite. And everything is done free of charge, nothing. But if you don't do it, don't be surprised that the Canadian regulatory authority will immediately switch off everything to say, who authorized you to uplink from the territory of Canada? We never ever authorize you. That's why there are rules which have to be respected. Now the last 3 slides. Door is open now to the CubeSat, small sats. We are listening. The whole world is listening to the CubeSats. That's why on the WRC-12 there was a resolution about the regulatory aspects related to nano and picosatellites, about the definition, because we don't know. We know non-geo. That's all. Non-geos or geostationary satellites. Now there is a question to study what is the small satellite, cube satellite, and necessary actions. There is a ITUR question, which is studied by the Working Party 7B, and now the big thing is that you are nervous how we can participate in these studies. And I can tell you, any university can participate as academia member or through your member administrations. Please, you are most welcome to participate in these studies. Give data, give examples, influence the ITUR recommendation on the CubeSat, because door will be closed on WRC 18. And don't cry after then. If you are not actively participate, other players of the space arena will set up the rules for you. I am as an independent bureau member who is participating on these meetings, but certainly even in the small satellite study meetings, there are players from big space agencies, players from big non-geo satellite companies. They are watching very carefully where the CubeSat community would like to establish. And if the CubeSat community is not able to say what they want, others will set up for you rules, and you have no other choice only to say, yes, yes, we will follow it, because nobody raised the voice. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much for my speech.
Thank you, Attila.
Just to make, sorry, you little bit happy, again to prove, that it's a children toy. We don't have a CD-ROM. Our plan was that everybody will install Space Cup. This was my dream, when we discussed with Werner a year ago, this was my dream, that you will have a CD-ROM and everybody will install the Space Cup, and I would like to prove to you that in 5 minutes everybody will go home with your first CubeSat filing. You will go to your regulatory authority to say, I am applying for my CubeSat, please send it to ITU. Because it's really easy. You run the software, you have to put there just a name of your satellite, administration, basic orbital elements, best estimated. Don't be scared that you don't know what's orbit. The best estimated orbit what you are using for the link budget calculation. After then you put there the reference bodies, if it's around Earth, around Moon, etc., etc. Apogee, perigee, basic information. After then you create your beam to say which services, you say which service area, operating agency, responsible administration from each administration, frequency bands, which frequency bands, emissions, carrier frequency where this emission will be, Earth station, and practically that's all emissions of the Earth station. And after then we have a transmitting and receiving beam. That's why it's practically same again, carrier frequencies. After then and the software which is provided, you validate. When you have everything, you go to your regulatory authority to say, here is my small satellite advanced publication filing, I would like to apply. Done, free of charge for no $1. That's all. I'm ready for any help. Sorry, it took a little bit longer, 10 minutes, but normally we are planning, this is just the last, that we are planning in Prague from 2nd to 4th of March to do 3 days only regulatory small satellite symposium, no registration fee, anybody is most welcome, no restriction of member states, any CubeSat operator is most welcome. We have a meeting room for 200 people, that's why you are most welcome to participate. And we will certainly teach you, guarantee that you will go home with a memory stick of your satellite. Thank you very much.
Let me inform you that we have another presentation that is not strictly related to regulatory issues. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this part of the session to questions, and then later on we'll have the last presentation. So if somebody wants to go ahead and pose a question or a commentary, please, you're welcome. Okay, we have 2 participants. Okay, go ahead.
I was listening with great interest the presentation of Dr. Balog regarding the new rules and guidelines and regulations, and in particular regarding space debris. What I see is that since the launch of Sputnik in '57 until now, the spacefaring nations mainly were able to launch practically whatever they wanted without having to abide to these guidelines. So what I feel is that now with the new number of nations that are trying to do their first experiences in space, we may have to abide to a number of rules or guidelines that may be beyond and may overcomplicate our abilities to launch our own projects. So I wonder if this is something that has been thought. My first thought was, well, let's create some sort of differentiate the rules between the nations that has been for a long time with presence in space and like
emergent.
Yes, so that way, you know, we because I think that will even make more difficult and more complicated our entering into space. So I wonder if perhaps Dr. Balog can just comment on that.
Please do so.
Thank you very much for this question. I mean, it's actually very relevant what you say. You know, it's a little bit like with climate change. In climate change, we also have this issue. Developing countries or non-industrialized countries, they say, you know, why should we put in place all these environmental protection issues when it was the industrialized countries for 100 years or 200 years polluted the environment, and they are kind of the reason that they became rich is based on the fact that they polluted the environment and they build up their rich countries, you know, and now we as developing countries to adhere to all these measures. It's unfair, no? Actually, yes, we have a similar situation with space debris, you know, because some countries say, well, you know, it was the Soviets and the Americans, they launched so many satellites, they polluted all this outer space environment with debris. And the problem is debris mitigation measures cost money, no? Because you have to put into place technology, it costs mass. So, you know, mass that takes away your payload capabilities and so on. And so many new space players say, you know, why do we have to put this into place? We make our satellites less capable, we make our launch vehicles less capable, and shouldn't it be the big space powers that they first go into space and clean up space, you know, whatever they polluted there. And I guess this is one of the reasons why actually the space debris mitigation guidelines are not mandatory at this time. You know? So no one really wants to commit to it. But of course, in the end, whatever rules we will have, you know, if we do not put into place such rules, we may end up with the situation that there will be no space activity. Because whatever you put up there, it will be hit by some debris particle, and you know, we may be humankind without space activities in the future, and basically I always say we shut off our planet from outer space, and that would be a big disaster. No? So I think it should be in the self-interest of all member states that you know, we clean up space and that we use space responsibly. But of course, as you point out, it will be up to the discussions then will have to take over which responsibilities for cleaning up and put in place these rules and regulations. So it's a very interesting discussion that we probably will see more intense in the coming years.
Thank you. Thank you. There's another question over there.
Jan Varava, Poland. Also question to Dr. Balak about this 25 years rule. Actually, two comments. You said that it's not obligatory, but what is the reason that why we could not make it obligatory? And if it's do you have any like legal power to make some consequences?
Thank you for the question also. I mean, it's non-obligatory because the 25-year rule is an IDC space debris mitigation guideline rule. And IDC is basically just a non-governmental international club of space agencies, and they came up with this IDC debris mitigation rules. There you will find the 25-year rules. So from the end of the lifetime of your operational mission, you should within 25 years deorbit or put your satellite into that orbit. But again, the thing was when these discussions were taken to COPUOS, many member states said, oh, we are just developing our satellites and maybe we don't have this deorbit capability, so better let's not put into the COPUOS mitigation guidelines. This is why you don't find it there. No? And even then when they discussed about the COPUOS debris mitigation guidelines, there was no agreement that it should be mandatory. So the reason is just some countries feel it's better not to do it because they may have a space mission but they may not be in compliance. However, there are some countries who in the national space law, and maybe Professor Marwa can talk more about this, put this 25-year rule there. I think it's the UK also. So some countries they have it actually. I think there's also an interesting example in Austria where we don't have the 25-year rule. No?
Maybe we have, of course, discussed the issue why there is no treaty or no mandatory obligation. And actually, this was the reason why we, and Werner also participated, even wrote a book on soft law in outer space. Why is it so that we have recently only soft law? We have a lot of recommendations, guidelines, and the last treaty was the Moon Treaty of 1979, and it was not very successful. So really the willingness of ratifying treaty, of signing treaty has really decreased since 1967. So we deal mainly today with a lot of soft law. That's why it feels even a book. So it's not only the space debris, but a lot on space debris mitigation, but also other guidelines. But I would say from a legal point of view, if I may, the difference between a binding obligation and a recommendation is that the legal obligation is immediately binding. So as soon as you put something in orbit and do not follow the rule, you are already violating a rule, so immediately responsible, whatever, so that the blame is already to make. If you have a soft law guideline and recommendation, it only becomes relevant if there is later on a damage, if something happens. And then you have to find out who was at fault, who was negligent, who has to pay. And there we have the treaties who then for the collision, for example, require fault. So who was at fault? And if it turns out that you did not follow the guidelines on space debris mitigation or other guidelines, there might be the case, and we argue that here, that then you can be liable. So it takes longer, but it can be very expensive later on. So, but still governments do not really recognize this and say, well, we defer it, we do not do it now, and we will see when there is once a damage, so they risk it but it might happen in the future, in the near or far future, that you have a damage and then you have to sort this out. But for the time being, the governments are very reluctant of accepting that they should immediately accept obligations of space debris mitigation. It's a pity, and sometimes I really, in Naples at the Astronautical Congress, I had really very vivid pledges of the space agencies to the governments, please put in place such binding instruments, because otherwise we will not be able to fund it, we will not have a reason to spend a lot of money. ESA was really pledging the governments, please find a way of binding rules, because otherwise we just defer the situation and we do not take action now because it's very expensive. And if you are not bound to it, you don't do it. So there is an ongoing, very heated debate. I don't know if we have enough time, really, to sort it out, or if some accident happens before, and then we will have, to clean up everything. But this was just a legal comment between soft law and hard law in outer space.
There is one, if I can add, one small difference between the lawyers and outer space law, which is created and developed now on the consensus base, and related for us, for engineers, the radio regulations, which is a legal bindings, where we have a hard agreement on the WRC. If you don't agree during 20 hours, chairman call for a vote, majority decide, and this is the rule. And everybody have to accept. If you are not in the majority, your frequency assignments or even the service is out, because we find that this is the only way how to progress with the development. It's impossible to base everything on the consensus. This will never ever progress. Only when the member states see the guillotine, that the chairman of the meeting can anytime call for a vote and the majority will decide, and this direction will go. This is my personal view on it, that progress will be quite slow up to the moment that the member state will not see the guillotine of the voting on such an important item.
I must reply immediately, because you are a little bit reproaching or complaining about COPUOS correctly, so, and there is a consensus, but for a treaty, we do not necessarily have to go over, COPUOS. There might be a treaty preparation conference, and then that the countries decide if they would ratify the treaty. But of course, the tradition has been that all the treaties have been developed and elaborated in COPUOS, but it's not the only way. So there could be an instrument, it could be elaborated under the auspices of ITU or some other, whatever international platform, that we need such a document, and then you have a treaty text that it's like it works in all other treaties, and then you wait and hope that many countries ratify. But of course, in COPUOS, we hope that when it was, based on a broad consensus, that many states would then ratify, more states. But the misconception was with the Moon Agreement. It was adopted by consensus, and then we have until now 15 ratifications. So it's not a guarantee. But the treaty-making process is to be differentiated from COPUOS process. I hope I didn't, but just to make clear from international law point.
And I also had the second question about 25 years, because it's quite general. Have you ever thought to divide it, depends on orbit, because for low Earth orbit, 25 years is quite a bit time. You just divide it.
I think I understood it, but perhaps technical expert can say. But the 25 rule means either to choose an orbit which is low enough, or to include the orbiting mechanism. So you have the choice. Either you have no deorbiting, then you can only take a lower orbit, or you put something on it. But this was my understanding. 25 years.
Excuse me, I will provide some technical explanation, because I'm a specialist in this and was directly involved into this development. The 25 years means that that based on the best available propagation models, after the satellite ceased to operate, its orbital lifetime have to be less than 25 years. For different types of orbits, the situation is absolutely different. For LEO near circular orbits, that's correct. Then lower, then shorter the lifetime. But for elliptical orbits, the situation is different, and for many years, almost all launching states using, when deciding where to launch, at which time to launch a specific satellite, they, before launch, they perform special calculations of the projected orbital lifetime, because for high elliptical orbits, for geotransfer orbits, for example, one of main driving forces or accelerations which provide the major influence on the evolution of orbits is the moon gravity. And the moon gravity results in that if you decide to launch at this particular date, but for different time of this date, with the same initial orbit, you will have absolutely different orbital lifetime. Say, if you launch at midnight, you can have 100 years. If you launch at 3 a.m., you will have 1 year. So you have to learn a little bit in celestial mechanics in order to understand what is behind of this rule, really. Because it's not easy. I agree that it's not easy, and we are very open to help. If you would like to understand this, we are very open to help. And I would like to add, from this point of view, I would like to add to what Werner said, that when we are developing some guidelines or proposals or new ideas, our intent is not to make somebody's life more complex. We would like to develop something that will help to avoid those mistakes we made in the past. Because, yes, during 60 years of space explorations, we made a lot of mistakes, because the first perception, which created a lot of mistakes, that the space is huge, empty, and we can place everything without any limit into the space, and nothing will happen. Now we understand this is not true. This is the wrong position, initial position. And those guidelines, right now developed by COPIOS, or Scientific and Technical Subcommittee on Long-Term Sustainability, the main intent of these guidelines is to help, or to not just developed nations, but first emerging space-faring nations, to avoid those mistakes we made in the past, and to build their own way more smooth and more proper towards more safe operations and more safe space exploration.
Excellent. So I acknowledge and understand the importance of the topic, but then I allow only one question. I'm sorry, if there are more questions, you can approach the members of the panel as speakers. Go ahead.
Okay. Oops. This question is for Dr. Balogh. And this is just to help me to clarify what you said on Monday, that there's no provision on the commercialization of space. And the issue that I want to get clarified for myself is on there's no ownership, that nobody can own a celestial body, but the resource extraction on a celestial body, for example, a comet. There's a lot of minerals, there are precious metals over there, and there are a lot of companies that are really targeting that. Yeah, everybody can go to that comet and into it, but whatever we get from that, it will be the companies, it will be totally up to our government to decide, how we go about that, or will be the United Nations.
Thank Thank you. So this is the question again with resource utilization, not? And I will also ask Professor Mabo then to give the concrete legal issues. So in my understanding, there is non-appropriation of outer space. Say, I own this asteroid, it's mine. But this also doesn't prohibit you from going there and mining the asteroid.
Okay.
And in fact, you can use any resources in outer space for the exploration. Let's say, you want to put people on Mars or Moon. They need resources. There's nothing in the outer space treaties that prohibits you from using the resources. It gets different once you use the resources and you start selling it and making money. Because exploration is encouraged. We all should explore outer space and go into outer space. But once you go to the moon and take the ice and you sell the water for rocket fuel and you make a personal profit, then the Moon Treaty says an international regime has to be established to share the profits from such an undertaking.
Yeah, that's for the moon, but let's say in an asteroid.
It applies everywhere.
Every asteroid.
That's very clear already, but there I can also say that there is this open question exactly only on the commercial exploitation. So exploration and experiments and taking also pieces of the moon back as it was done is of course allowed. But when you want to make a business out of it, then it gets complicated. So to say, we have the Moon Treaty, but we have only 15 ratifications, and the US and Russia and India and China is not a part of it. Mexico is, and Austria and the Netherlands, so there are some, and Australia, so France has signed. So there is a debate what is about. The idea of the Moon Agreement was to make the same regime as in the Law of the Sea. The Law of the Sea has a similar regime for the deep seabed mining, and there's a similar idea that it should be the common heritage of mankind, the resources of the deep seabed. And if you want to exploit them, you go to the International Seabed Authority, which is established in Jamaica, and you can, apply for a license, and you can go there and even then exploit. If you succeed, now it's in the exploration stage still, so do not do business there, but it's possible under the international legal regime. But the same for the moon was at that time not so detailed regulated, because it was it's even said in the treaty as soon as this becomes feasible. So it was at the time of the Moon Treaty 1979 not really regarded as really commercially and technically feasible to exploit the moon in a way that it would make sense commercially. And only at that time, when it's about to become feasible, the states should sit together again and design this international legal regime which should govern the exploitation of the moon and celestial bodies. So it's an open question, and it doesn't seem that it's very feasible in the near future, but I've heard that there are more initiatives now on asteroid mining, and clearly the system of the Moon Treaty would apply to that. So it's we have to observe, and every one of us is part, let's say, of the decision-making process in a way, of making up of opinions of state practice, state legal opinion. That's really important in this respect. What do states think of that? Should it be allowed? Should it not be allowed? And so we are all in the process, in particular in COPOS, where also non-governmental organizations can, let's say, observe and make an input of forming this kind of opinion on should it be allowed or not. But it's still, I cannot tell more that it's open.
No, it's just that I would like to see some proactivity from the UN on this issue in order to prevent legal issues, because I just don't want to see the lawyers getting richer and richer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So we will continue to end this session. So we're going to add another presentation, which was to be presented yesterday, but now we have to have it today. And I'm going to invite Professor Gustavo Adolfo Medina Tanco, who got his doctorate degree from the University of Sao Paulo, and he's currently professor at the Institute of Nuclear Sciences of the National Autonomous University in Mexico, where he's head of the group of cosmic rays of highest energy.
First of all, an apology for being late. I have had problems with my agenda, and now, I am content to be in the middle of the legislation sessions, so bear with me. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about stratospheric platforms for testing space systems on stratospheric balloons. And the first question is why balloons in the 21st century? And I am shouting too much then. Okay. Well, an important thing is that the balloons have at least 4 appealing advantages as an intermediate step on the development of space technology. First, they have a very low cost if compared with satellites, both payload and launch. They have a short implementation time, even for complex missions. They allow the recovery of the payload, which allows also a fast turnover and, of course, failure analysis and optimization of technologies. They have a wide mass range of payloads from grams to tons. Of course, they have limitations. 2 main limitations are that these are suborbital flights, so they are limited to typically less than 40 kilometers of height compared to orbital systems that would be above 100 kilometers. And they are relatively short flights, from hours to several months, compared to satellites, which are months to years. Even so, they have a range of applicability that is wide. Especially, they can be very valuable for the validation of systems and technology and to raise the technology readiness level of engineering. This comes from the retrievability of the payload, the short implementation time scale, and of course the availability of the suborbital environment, which is not actually the same as a space environment. Of course, we have still a residual atmosphere, typically 3 millibars, which in fact can be more damaging for electronics than the actually vacuum. And of course, there is no radiation damage because of the shortness of the flights. And they can also be a very powerful pedagogical tool. This is mainly because the end-to-end implementation time scale is compatible with the graduate time scales. And this is a practical problem we have for human resources, formation at universities. Satellites are really too long in order to be fitted in the programs of education. And also the low costs are compatible with graduate student projects budgets, at least in countries that are in development. They also have another important capability, that is that of keeping technological know-how alive in between space projects. And this is especially important in programs that are being born and that have or expect very widely space missions. And they can produce very interesting science. Actually, several Nobel Prizes have come from working with stratospheric balloons. They are platforms with a wide vertical range from the ground to the stratosphere, and they are able to sustain operation in the stratosphere. And this allows projects from astronomy, particle physics, atmospheric sciences, and there are good examples of frontier physics coming from all of these areas. And of course, they can be more stable than a plane. So what we are trying to do is development of access to stratospheric ballooning for Mexican scientists and engineers. The objective is to provide for these Mexican clients, they call them that way, ready access to a stratospheric platform from mainly engineering validation of space prototypes, education and training, and scientific research. But there is also a subjacent objective, which is the following. Mainly in developing countries, we have, in general, we may have a very good scientific expertise on the ground, but to translate this expertise into satellite applications require a quantitative and qualitative jump. And this is not easy, and balloons can provide basically this intermediate step to arrive to this point. So the initial implementation strategy is based on considering cost, latency, technology involved, and target public, and therefore we divide somehow arbitrarily in 3 ranges masses of payloads. By this I understand gondola plus payload. The first is very small masses with less than 3 kilograms. This will be implemented inside Mexico with our own platforms, balloons, and logistics. This can be used both with meteorological balloons, either single or double, which produce in situ flights of 2 to 5 hours. and also with small zero pressure balloons, which can produce missions of few hundreds of kilometers and durations of tens of hours, that is over the territory of the country. Response time for a project from the beginning of the application to the flight have a target of just a few weeks, which is the important thing of keep it short in order to be valuable for technology improvement. The second range goes from 3 kilograms to 30 kilograms, and these are produced as piggyback in foreign balloons. This has already been done for NASA, and it's operational. And of course, we can do, and we are exploring to do with other agencies. Why not CNES or the Brazilian Space Agency? The response time in this case would be a few months, and we can produce up to 2 flights per year in autumn and spring campaigns when you have the inversion of the jet stream. For masses beyond 30 kilograms, we think of punctual initiatives, basically for under scientific agreements, international collaborations for sciences, which are actually most of these large payloads, and they are on demand, and the response time is a few years. For these later ones, we don't have a predefined strategy, but they are dealt with in a case by case. So let's see these ranges. For the largest mass range, we actually have already an example. Under cooperation with CNES, the French agency, we have developed an instrument that is named ESO Balloon. This is a cooperation with France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Korea, Mexico, Poland, Spain, and USA. In Mexico is my institute and the Institute of Engineering. Basically, we are proposing a mission for the detection of ultra-high energy cosmic rays. This is a refractive telescope of 2 tons and 3 meters of diameter to be flown in the ISS. And what we have produced now is a prototype, which is ESO Balloon, which is an instrument to be flown at 40 kilometers of height with 400 kilograms and 1 meter in diameter, with all the subsystems of the final instrument and a smaller focal surface. And this is the one you have at the right. For this instrument, in Mexico here we have produced the housekeeping system, hardware and software, low voltage power supply systems, all the thermal architecture of the instrument, both analytical and numerical, and also we have been responsible for the science performance budget. Here you can see in context the contribution of Mexico to the electronics of the system compared with some of our international partners. And this instrument have flown just 2 months ago from Canada in Timmins. Here you see the launch. This was in August 24th. Here you can see the instrument also and the launch. And after a very successful mission, it was recovered on water, which is also a very important development. And the instrument will fly again. We plan to fly around the world in the southern oceans, probably in 2016. About the range of masses between 3 kilograms and 30 kilograms, for this, we adopt the strategy of doing piggybacking. So we have developed a piggyback self-contained gondola, which interfaces basically with a regular gondola from NASA. This is named Pixky, and is the name of the title of the talk. This platform manages all mechanical and electrical interfaces with NASA and provides regulated low voltage power at several standard voltages, logical control, on-off, data storage, housekeeping to itself and its payload, etc. All the services required by a client to be tested or to be operated as a scientific instrument. By default, the interface with the modern gondola, that is NASA, is minimal, just on-off and power supply. The objective is to be just as transparent as possible for the host. But also we can produce online telemetry if it is limited upon request. But the idea is basically that a Mexican client, a local client, with only interface with this platform at the national level, and this platform interfaces with NASA or other space agencies, which is the most complicated process. So we simplify this for the client. And there you can see it. We already did 1 flight in a NASA balloon from Fort Sumner in August 2013, last year. We are already producing the second version of this platform, updated, for future flights. In this first flight, for example, we validated completely the platform, mechanical design, thermal design, electronics, interfaces with NASA, client interfaces, and logistics also, because we give the service to the client, putting the payload here, and we deliver the data after the flight, basically to the client. We have also tested the time-dependent thermal analysis that we did for the main mission that we flew now with GNES there. We also tested in the platform all the housekeeping systems for the other for the other mission, also balloon systems of power supply and all other prototypes. And as an example of a client, we also tested the several subsystems and components of the Quetzal satellite, which is a project of the Faculty of Engineering of Yunnan. In the lower range of masses, less than 3 kilograms, the name of the platform is Micropixki, not very original, but anyway. It is to be flown over Mexico with Mexican infrastructure and logistics, both in short flights with meteorological balloons and with zero pressure balloons over longer distances over the national territory. All the platform is being developed based on CubeSat standards and protocol and compatible with them. And also because we have the idea of flying on them independently developed, that is educational, mainly CubeSats and femtosats. There are lots of these educational developments that never fly as a satellite, but they could be tested here at least as an educational example. The first flights of this will be in 2015. And the same concept as Pixie applies in relation to client, that is, we provide well-defined interfaces, broad and comprehensive services, regulated power, monitoring of all physical parameters, telemetry and telecommunications, control, data storage, and the target is a very fast response on the order of weeks from the moment in which a client wants to fly until he has the data. And we are working on a reliable remote flight termination, because this is also one of the problems of balloons, that we want to terminate in a precise place as much as possible. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can allow one or two questions, before we go to the poster session.
Something of legislation that you want to know?
Okay, Gustavo, thank you very much. So we are ready to go to the poster session, and over there I think it's going to be some coffee break. And thank you very much for your patience. It was a very interesting session. Oh yeah, we're going to deliver the feedback form in order for you to fill it up.
So in your welcome package, there was included a symposium feedback form. If you could please give it to us by tomorrow, or if you don't have it, you can always ask the registration desk for this form, so you can fill it up. And the poster session, we have 20 posters that are already there with the presenters. I'm going to read the posters, the titles. It's Jose Luis Alvarez Flores, Aneoke Chamber at Colima University, Miguel Sanchez, Space Weather and its Effects of the Country's Infrastructure, Marilu Mesa, Satellite Imagery, a Support of Early Warning Systems, Ricardo Arturo, Design and Manufacture of the Remote Sensing Camera, Jose Manuel Zarate, Design and Construction of a Patch Antenna in Nano Satellites in Band S, Carlos Romo, Quetzal Satellite Project, Saúl Santillán, High Technology Center, Space Lab National Laboratory, Roberto Sosa Pedrosa, an S-band transmitter, Ezra Senel, Role of International Cooperation in Space Technology Development, Jorge Flores, Wireless Laboratory for Satellite Communications, CITEC, Implementation of a Torque Blast Controller, Richard Giroux, Successful Implementation of Small Satellite Projects, Jose Carrera, Real-Time Mexican Satellite Space Launch Center, Daniel, Testing Program for a 3U CubeSat, Francisco del Canto, A System Approach to the New Reality of Scientific Knowledge, Ray Kawashima, Promote Project-Based Space Education, Victoria Alonso Perez, Process to Establish Small Satellite Programs, Sandra Mejia, reducing the digital gap and vulnerability of indigenous communities by using satellite communication. Oscar Martín Tirado, this is in Spanish. Meteorological ground stations to detection and prevention of natural disasters. And Edmund Gomez, over description of a low-cost nanosatellite platform. So you are more than welcome to join them at the poster session. That is going to be at where we all have lunch. Thank you. Another announcement. These the people, the owner of the posters, could you please also give us the PDF so we can include it on the poster, and also the CVs of the posters as well. The owner of the poster, we would like to have your bios included, and also I'm missing Saúl Santillán. Is he here?
Okay, let's get a picture of
He's gone? Okay. Well, that's all. Yeah? The social event is exactly the same procedure. It will start at, it's the same, it's the same. It starts at 7 p.m. No, it starts at, okay.
We are going to take the buses. For the social event, the transport is good. We are going to take the buses from the poster to the hotel, and from the hotel we are going to have two schedules at 6 and 10 minutes. We need to be at the social event is going to start at 6:30. We are going to have a short time for the poster, so let's go to run for the coffee and the posters, and then we can continue the discussions under the social event. Yeah.
Let's take a picture of the members of the group. Who's going to take the picture? Who's taking the pictures?
La liga, duró como 2 horas.